Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is, so leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. Chapter 1. The Routine. That night broke. I was 24 that winter, living in a town on the Maryland coast that looked like it had been waiting to be replaced for about 30 years and just never got around to it. Not a beach town in the postcard sense, no polished boardwalk, no pastel shops selling saltwater taffy for $9 a box, no happy families in matching sweatshirts. This was the other kind, the kind with bait freezers humming outside cinder block storefronts, crab pots stacked behind chain link fences, closed-down motels with half their letters missing, and marinas that smelled like diesel, mud, and old fish even in December. I rented a one-room apartment over a bait-and-tackle store that only stayed in business because old men still needed bloodworms at 5 in the morning and because the owner was too stubborn to die. The place had low ceilings, one window that looked out over the alley, and a heater that clanked like somebody trying to get out of the walls. If I stood in the kitchen area and stretched both arms, I could almost touch the fridge and the sink at the same time. The floor leaned slightly toward the bathroom, and whenever it rained hard, the whole place smelled faintly of mildew and fryer grease from the carryout down the block. It was still better than moving back in with family. Not that there was much family left to move back in with. My dad had been dead 6 years by then. Stroke. Sudden. In the break room of the machine shop where he'd worked since before I was born. My mother lasted another 3 years in town before heading south with a man named Rick, who sold boat lifts and called everyone buddy like he was testing how much they'd tolerate from him. Last I heard, they were outside Tampa. She sent Christmas cards with palm trees on them and wrote things like "Wish you were here" in big looping handwriting that made it sound like I was the one who left. I'd done 1.5 years of community college before money made the decision for me. People always say they dropped out like it was some kind of dramatic turning point. Like they stood in the rain outside the registrar's office and chose real life over dreams. Mine was less cinematic. Financial aid didn't stretch. My hours at the hardware store got cut. Rent didn't, so I stopped going. That was it. No speech, no lesson, no brave smile. One semester I was there, the next I was working nights and telling people maybe I'd go back when things settled down. Things never settle down. They just teach you what kind of tired you can function under. By late December of that year, I was working nights for a regional medical courier company based out of an industrial strip near the highway, between a tire warehouse and a plumbing supplier. Medical courier sounds cleaner than it is. What it meant in practice was that I drove a white van with fading company lettering and ferried things nobody wanted to think about after dark. Refrigerated insulin packs packed in blue gel sleeves, overnight prescriptions in stapled pharmacy bags, oxygen masks and tubing, specimen coolers, paperwork satchels with signature tabs clipped to the front, hospice comfort kits with labels you learned not to read too carefully if you wanted to finish your shift in a decent mood. Most of the job was routine. Pick up from a 24-hour pharmacy, scan, log the handoff, drive to a nursing home or private address, knock, wait, get a signature, drive again. Some nights it was rehab facilities where the front desk smelled like lemon cleaner and old coffee. Some nights it was urgent care centers with televisions mounted in the corner and half-asleep receptionists staring through you. Some nights it was trailer homes at the end of shell roads. Porch lights buzzing over plastic reindeer and rusted bicycles. Once in a while, it was one of those giant private houses out past the marshes where every window was black except one upstairs, and where you started wondering, against your will, How many people could be sick in a house that big and still make it feel empty? I liked the night shift for reasons I told people and reasons I didn't. The reasons I told people were simple: less traffic, fewer supervisors, better mileage, more hours if somebody called out. All true. You could get from Easton to Cambridge in half the time after dark. You didn't have dispatch managers dropping by to ask why you were 4 minutes behind projected route windows. You could listen to the same station for an hour without hearing anybody talk about quarterly goals. The reason I didn't usually say out loud was that night work made it easier not to think too hard about your life. You're always headed somewhere specific. You always have a next stop. There's comfort in a tablet telling you where to go, in a scanner chirping when something is logged correctly, in a clipboard giving you a line where somebody's shaky signature proves a thing happened in the order it was supposed to happen. Nights break your body down in small, boring ways, but they also keep your mind moving just enough that it doesn't start digging. At least that's how it was before Cinder Road. Back then, my world was small in a manageable way. Wake up around noon, stand in the shower longer than necessary because the hot water in that apartment was the one luxury I had. Microwave something. Drink coffee that tasted faintly like the cabinet it lived in. Waste an hour pretending I was going to look at jobs that paid better. Head into work around 5:30 when the light was already starting to go blue and thin over the marsh. The company van I drove wasn't assigned to me officially, but nobody else liked it, so it became mine by default. It smelled like stale coffee no matter how much I cleaned it out. Like somebody had spilled a whole travel mug down into the dash years ago, and the vehicle had never fully recovered. The cup holder beside the driver's seat was cracked in a spider pattern and would only hold a cup steady if you wedged a napkin around the base. The dispatch tablet was velcroed to the dash at a slant, one corner permanently lifting no matter how often maintenance slapped it back down. The heater only worked right when the van was moving. If I idled too long, the air coming through the vents cooled off into something sad and damp. The passenger door stuck in wet weather, which meant every time it rained or sleeted, I had to shoulder check it from the inside like I was breaking into my own vehicle. I knew every sound that van made. The soft rattle from the rear shelves on rough pavement, the squeak in the wiper motor on the highest setting, the hollow thunk from the back doors if I took a turn too fast and the bins shifted. There was something almost intimate about driving the same busted machine night after night. It's hard to explain unless you've had a job like that. The van wasn't mine in any meaningful legal sense, but I knew it better than most people know their own kitchens. That night started ugly in a normal way. Freezing rain had moved in off the water around noon and then stalled there. Too cold to be proper rain and too wet to be snow. Just a fine, hard mist that silvered every parking lot and made the roads shine under streetlights like black tape. Old snow from the week before still sat in gray ridges at the shoulders where plows had shoved it. Dirt streaked and frozen into shapes like broken concrete. Christmas lights were still hanging on porches all over town, some blinking cheerfully, some half dead and missing whole colors. Some left dark but not taken down because everybody was tired, and January was close enough to count as an excuse. You could smell winter in places like that. Dead marsh grass, brine, wet plywood, the metallic cold coming off guardrails and boat trailers. At the pharmacy pickups, the sodium vapor parking lot lights turned everything the color of nicotine. The whole world looked tired under those lights. Delivery sedans with salt caked around the wheel wells, shopping carts pushed against curbs, plastic bags skittering along the edge of the lot. A man in scrubs smoking beside a dumpster with his shoulders up around his ears. Dispatch was already in motion when I got there. Darlene sat behind the counter in her usual chair with one arm hooked over the back like she was pinning the whole room in place by attitude alone. She was somewhere in her late 50s, maybe early 60s, though hard mileage and cigarettes had a way of flattening age into a single category with her. Short, iron gray hair, reading glasses hanging on a chain against a company polo. Voice like she gargled lighter fluid every morning before work. She could tell you a route correction, a policy citation, and exactly how stupid you were being in the same breath without raising her volume once. Micah was at the secondary station 2 desks over, chewing something as always gum, sunflower seeds, nicotine lozenges, maybe drywall, for all I knew. He was 22 and had the distracted, twitchy energy of somebody who'd spent his whole life with 3 tabs open in his head at once. He wore hoodies under his company vest and was forever leaning too close to monitors with his mouth half open while the glow turned his skin the color of skim milk. "Mercer," Darlene said when I came in, not looking up from the route sheet. "You're on Shoreline, then West Clinic Run, then private drops if they clear in time. Good evening to you too." She slid the sheet across. "You want warm greetings, get a better job." Micah snorted around whatever he was chewing. I took the route sheet and glanced over it. Shoreline meant a nursing facility that always smelled like overcooked peas and bleach. The West Clinic Run meant grabbing late prescription bags from a 24-hour pharmacy that kept the lobby radio tuned to old country. Private drops could mean anything from a split level with 2 sleeping dogs behind the storm door to a trailer with no visible address and a caller who insisted I'd passed it 3 times. "Looks light," I said. "It'll get worse," Darlene replied. That was the thing about dispatchers like Darlene. They were rarely wrong, and never in an encouraging direction. I signed out my scanner, route tablet, fuel card, and van keys. The scanner had a cracked rubber bumper at one corner and smelled faintly of hand sanitizer. The keys had a faded blue float on them, left over from some old fleet management idea nobody bothered finishing. Outside, the cold hit hard and wet, needling into the gap between my collar and neck before I even got to the van. I stood there a second with the door open, looking at the dark lot and the line of white vehicles beaded with freezing mist. And I remember thinking, not dramatically, not prophetically, just in the tired, practical way you think on a work night, that if the roads held together and nobody made me wait 20 minutes for a signature, I might be home by 1. That was the whole scale of my ambition. Finish the shift, grab something hot and bad for me from the gas station off Route 50, go home, kick the heater until it stopped clanking, fall asleep with the TV on low so the apartment didn't feel like a box balanced over the dark. I wasn't superstitious. I didn't believe roads had moods or houses had memories, or that certain names carried their own weather. I had no use for ghost stories beyond the same reason anybody else does, because they're better than silence if you're trying to stay awake. I liked reasons. Faulty wiring, coyotes, mold, break-ins, carbon monoxide. People were always so eager to call something evil when stupid usually covered it just fine. That's one of the reasons I know I'm telling this straight. When I started the van and the heat coughed cold air at my knees, when the wipers dragged once across the glazed windshield and the dispatch tablet flickered alive on the dash, when I pulled out into that ugly, freezing December evening with a thermos of burnt coffee between my legs and the smell of stale cream in the upholstery, I did not think my life was dividing into before and after. I thought it was Thursday. I thought it would be a normal bad weather shift. I thought if I kept moving, I could grab a couple chili dogs from Royal Farms on the way home and be in bed before the bars let out. Chapter 1. The routine. That night broke by 10:30. I'd done enough ordinary stops to convince myself the night was going to die, the way most of them did, slowly. With paperwork and wet pavement and old people blinking at me through storm doors while I held a scanner in one hand and tried not to drip melted sleet onto their mats. Shoreline Manor had been Shoreline Manor. Warm hallways, fake pine garland around the reception desk, a television in the common room playing a Christmas movie too quietly for anyone to follow. I dropped a sealed medication tote with the nurse supervisor, watched her sign in that careful, floating way some people do when their hand hurts, and got back into the van before the smell of overcooked vegetables settled into my jacket for the rest of the shift. The urgent care pickup was routine too. Yellow-lit lot, half-frozen puddles, cigarette butts trapped against the curb like little dark fish. The pharmacist on duty slid 2 stapled bags across the counter to me without looking up from her computer, and I scanned them while some kid in pajama pants coughed into his sleeve near the vending machine. Then there were 2 private drops, one split level with a plastic nativity sunk crooked in the lawn, and a guy in flannel who took the bag without speaking much, and one trailer off a shell lane where the porch light hummed so loudly I could hear it over the rain. Nothing memorable. That was the point. A good shift in that line of work was a shift that didn't leave you with anything to describe later. By 11:15, I was back on the road toward the depot with the heat finally working right, my thermos almost empty, and that low-end kind of relief you get when you've started planning what terrible food you're going to buy on the way home. I remember passing a dark soybean field with the stubble shining under the mist and thinking about whether I wanted gas station pizza or the kind of chili dogs that come wrapped in foil and taste like salt and regret. I had already decided I'd skip brushing my teeth and deal with the consequences in the morning. That was where my head was at when dispatch called. The tablet buzzed once on the dash. Then Darlene's name came up on the work phone mounted beside it. "You close?" she asked when I answered. "5 out." A pause. "Come inside when you get here." That wasn't unusual exactly, but it wasn't common either. Most nights, if you were done, you parked the van, dropped your scanner, signed your route closeout, and went home. Come inside usually meant a problem. Missing signature, bad barcode, fuel discrepancy, maybe a reroute if somebody else's private drop had gone sideways. What happened? "Nothing happened," she said too quickly. "Just come inside." Then she hung up. The lot looked emptier than it had at the start of shift. A few vans were gone. The plumbing warehouse next door had gone dark. A security light on the far end of the fence kept blinking on and off with a faulty ballast, making the stacked pallets by the dumpster appear and disappear. Freezing rain hissed on the windshield, while I sat there for a second with the engine idling, staring through the fogged glass at the depot doors and trying to decide whether I was annoyed enough to buy food before finishing paperwork out of spite. Inside, the dispatch room felt warmer than before, but not friendlier. Somebody had made stale break room coffee and burned microwave popcorn, so the air was thick with both. Micah was leaned over his monitor, chewing with one side of his mouth, tapping the desk with a pen like he was trying to help a machine think. Darlene stood by the refrigerated lockbox station, with her glasses low on her nose. One hand braced against the counter. She didn't waste time. One more handoff. I actually laughed once through my nose. Of course there is. Urgent. It's always urgent. This one's actually urgent. There was a white insulated medication bag on the counter between us. The standard hard-sided soft cooler we used for temperature-sensitive stuff. Blue tamper band through the zipper pulls. Printed label in a clear sleeve. Condensation beaded along one side where the cold packs inside had been loaded recently. I set my root clipboard down. What is it? Refrigerated injectable. Time sensitive. Delivery window closes at midnight. I looked at the wall clock. 11:23. Then why is it still here? Darlene slid the label toward me so I could read it. Name. Patient ID. Route code. Sealed temp card inserted in the clear pocket. The address line sat there in block print. Plain as anything. Cinder Road. Nothing in the room changed in any visible way. No music sting, no dramatic look, no somebody dropping a mug in the background. But Darlene paused a fraction too long before she said, "It came in late." That was all. Just a hitch. Half a beat. The kind of hesitation you'd never notice if you weren't already tired enough that small things started standing out. I glanced at Micah. He was looking at the screen, not us, but his chewing had stopped. "Cinder Road," I said. "Out by the marsh cut." Darlene nodded once. Micah muttered, barely above his breath, "I thought that place got pulled." Darlene turned her head without moving the rest of her body. "Micah." He went right back to chewing. I looked between them. What got pulled address was inactive for a while. Darlene said. It was reactivated. Why? Because a delivery got placed for it. That is not an answer. It's the one I have. She pushed the med bag a little closer. The clear label sleeve crackled under her thumb. I noticed then that she'd already checked the paper insert twice, not flipping through it absent-mindedly, but actually checking, eyes down, then back to the screen, then down again as if she expected the address to have changed in the last 30 seconds. That landed somewhere in me, though not hard enough yet to matter. I picked up the bag and felt the cold through my gloves. How far? 27 minutes if the roads don't ice any worse, which means more like 35. You're still on company time in that direction, she said. Everyone else is either closed out or eastbound. There it was, the actual reason. Not personal, not ominous, just logistics and payroll. That made it feel normal again for a second. I set the bag down and read the notes off the tablet as Micah pushed the route through. Signature required. Do not leave at mailbox. Do not use side entrance. Recipient hard of hearing, knock loud. If dog is outside, remain in vehicle. I read the last line twice. Then I looked up. That's not creepy at all. Micah gave a short grin he seemed to regret immediately. Darlene didn't smile. Do not use side entrance, I read again. What is this? A haunted doll movie, still nothing from her. That one get put in by the customer, I asked. System notes were attached to the profile. Profile by who? No idea. I kept staring at the tablet. It wasn't just the wording. We did get weird notes sometimes. Gate sticks lift, then push. Call daughter, not patient. Don't ring after 8 p. I'm, baby sleeping. Beware geese. America is full of people with very specific entry instructions. But this had a different feel to it. Not colorful, not personal. More like old instructions copied forward too many times by people who no longer knew what they were warning you about. Darlene turned to the cold chain station and started walking me through the handoff steps with more precision than the situation seemed to require. Scan the temp log. I did. The scanner chirped. Verify seal. I checked the blue tamper band through the zipper holes, called out the seal number, and she matched it against the printout. Gel packs intact, I pressed the outer sides of the bag. Still solid. Chain of custody. She handed me the transfer pad. I signed electronically, time-stamped, route accepted. She countersigned. Micah keyed in a dispatch override to keep the route open past normal closeout. On the screen it showed as if we were all participating in something boring enough to be harmless. That's one of the things I've gone back to in my head more than once, how bureaucratic evil can look from up close. Not evil in some biblical sense, just the way something can already be wrong and still pass through 5 layers of paperwork without anybody stopping it, because every part of it resembles a process people are trained to trust. Scan, verify, sign, route, deliver, I asked again. Why didn't this go earlier? Darlene kept her eyes on the console. Order came in late. From who dispatch line logged the request from patient contact. Patient contact meaning the patient, meaning the number on file. That is still not an answer. She finally looked at me then. Not irritated, not mysterious, just tired in a way I hadn't seen on her before. It's the one I have. A second went by. Then she said, if there's no answer, just... She stopped. I waited. Her expression tightened almost invisibly, and she corrected herself. Just follow procedure. That should have meant nothing. It was exactly the sort of thing a dispatcher says. But the unfinished version stayed in the room a second longer than the finished one. If there's no answer, just what, leave it. Mark attempted delivery. Come back, call her, turn around, don't go in, don't look. Micah, eyes still on his screen, said, road's a mess out there. Watch the shoulder on the west bend. County never fixed the washout right. That was more helpful than anything else anybody had said. I took the med bag and headed for the door. On the way out, I glanced at the route map. Cinder Road sat where a lot of old roads sat around there, half in the present, half in whatever version of the county existed, before marsh swallowed property lines and people started inheriting houses they didn't want badly enough to maintain. Places where absentee landlords let roofs go soft. Places where siblings fought over land until taxes ate the whole problem. Places where porches folded in and nobody hauled off the furniture. So from the road, it looked like someone might still be living there if you didn't stare too hard. You see enough of those places on night routes, and they all start to blend. Old roads with cattails growing in the ditches. Houses with windows boarded on one floor and curtains still hanging in another. Driveways half reclaimed by weeds, mailboxes leaning like they're tired too. Nothing supernatural about it. Just neglect. That was always my thinking. Outside, the cold had sharpened. Rain had gone finer, meaner. It ticked across the parking lot and silvered the van hoods under the security lights. I opened the back of my van and set the medication bag on the shelf rail where temperature-sensitive handoffs rode upright. The rear compartment smelled like cardboard, sanitizer, and the faint, sweet plastic cold of gel packs. I clipped the bag into place, shut one door, then paused with the other half open. The paper label on the clear sleeve fluttered once in the draft. I leaned in and read the recipient line for the first time. Marlene Vale. The name tugged at me in that irritating way familiar names do when they arrive without context. Not from my personal life. I didn't know any Marlenes, but it sat wrong in my head. Like I'd read it somewhere recently or overheard it in passing and filed it without meaning to. I stood there another second, with the rain needling the back of my neck. Trying to place it, nothing came. So I shut the door, walked around to the driver's side, and told myself what I always told myself on the extra runs, the same thing tired working people all over the country tell themselves when they do one more task they didn't want, because rent is real and so is overtime. It was one more stop. That was all. Chapter 1. The routine that night broke. The farther you drive on the shore after 11, the less the county feels like one place. Towns break apart first. The little clusters of life liquor stores, gas stations, bait shops, takeout windows, laundromats with 3 machines always out of order fall away behind you one by one until all that's left are road names and weather. Then the houses start thinning too, not all at once. First, there are neighborhoods with one TV flickering behind blinds and inflatable snowmen listing sideways in frozen yards. Then ranch homes spaced farther apart, each with its own dark ditch and mailbox. Then stretches where the only light comes from your own headlights flattening the road ahead and the occasional yard lamp hanging over a barn or a trailer porch like it's trying not to be noticed. That was the kind of driving I did best. I got out of town limits, merged west, and settled into the part of the night where the van became the whole world. Windshield hiss, wiper slap, the heater breathing lukewarm air against my knees, never quite hot enough to matter. The faint vibration from the insulated medication bag clipped in the back every time I hit a seam in the road. The dash lights dimmed low, the route tablet glowing a flat blue-white on the mount, its map inching forward over county roads with names like Marsh View, Pine Neck, Old Ferry, Blackwater Church. The freezing rain had turned fine as dust by then, almost too small to see unless it crossed the beams just right. It silvered the edges of the road and made every reflector post flare up and vanish in turn. Sometimes the fields opened on either side of me, dead and pale under the mist, rose gone soft with winter and rain. Sometimes pines crowded close enough to the shoulder that the darkness between trunks felt solid. I passed 2 houses with Christmas lights still burning, one tasteful and white, one a mess of blue and red icicles hanging from a porch that looked like it would collapse under a hard sneeze. Then nothing for a while. No porches lit, no passing cars, no convenience stores glowing lonely at crossroads. Just black road, marsh runoff pooled in the low spots, and the wipers keeping time. The work tablet lagged every few miles where signal got weak. I'd watch the little van icon hold still while the road moved under me, then jump forward all at once like it had decided to catch up. That happened plenty out there. You learned not to trust the screen more than the actual road, which is why I kept half an eye on the mailbox numbers and half an ear on the van. Every now and then, the rear shelves gave off a dull little rattle when I hit patched pavement. The passenger door shivered once in its frame. Somewhere under the dash, something plastic ticked as the heater tried and failed to warm up all the way. I wasn't thinking about Cinder Road as anything more than an extra run. Annoying? Sure. Out of the way? The kind of address attached to old tax maps and dead-end properties and people who called in just before midnight because they assumed somebody else's sleep was a resource they had access to. That was it. When Darlene called the first time, I figured she was just watching the clock. "What's your ETA?" she asked. I glanced at the tablet. 22. You moving okay? Roads are slick, but fine. Another tiny pause. Not long enough to flag on its own. "All right," she said. "Call if you lose signal." "I won't call if I lose signal." That got the closest thing to amusement I'd heard from her all night. You know what I mean. She hung up. I drove on, past a shuttered produce stand with plywood over the service window, past a church sign with half the letters missing from its message board, so it read something like JSSVS in the wash of my headlights, past a chain-link lot full of derelict crab pots stacked like cages. The road flattened, then bent between drainage ditches black with still water. Out there, the county got old in visible ways. Telephone poles leaning just enough to make you wonder how many storms they'd survived. Outbuildings listing into weeds. Small cemeteries hidden behind iron fences and cedar trees. You'd come around a curve and see a house that had been left standing long after the people had gone, still dressed in the shape of a life curtains up, grill on the side yard, flower pots on the steps, while the siding grayed and the roof slowly forgot what its job was. The second call from Darlene came only maybe 4 minutes later. That was unusual enough that I looked at the screen before answering, like I expected to see a different name. "You close?" she asked again, closer than last time. Her voice sounded thinner now, as if she were talking while reading something else. "Did you hit the turn? What turn?" Another beat. I could hear keyboard tapping in the background, but not Micah's usual distracted pecking. This was faster, more deliberate. "The turn for Cinder." "Not yet." "You sure?" I looked through the windshield at the dark 2-lane ahead. "Pretty sure?" "Yeah." "All right," she said. But she didn't sound reassured. "Tablet still routing you, mostly. Okay." She didn't hang up right away. I heard her breathing once into the line, heard a chair wheel roll over the depot floor on her end. Then she said, "Just keep an eye on the side roads." Then she disconnected. I remember frowning at the phone a second after the call ended, mostly annoyed. Dispatchers get weird when they're juggling too much. That was my thinking. Maybe the address pin was old. Maybe the county had renumbered part of the road. Maybe Darlene was covering for some data entry screw-up and didn't want me saying so out loud. All of that fit better than the vague unease in her voice. So that's what I went with. The work phone rang again less than a minute later. This time it wasn't Darlene. The display showed the recipient number tied to the stop. I hit answer with my thumb and put it on speaker. Expecting one of two things, either an elderly woman confused about where I was, or a relative wanting to give me better directions because the GPS had dumped me a half-mile off. I'd had both before. People get anxious when medicine is late. Understandably. What came through the speaker was neither of those. For the first second or two, I thought the line hadn't connected all the way. There was no hello, no immediate speech, just a low bed of sound so faint I almost mistook it for road noise. Then I realized it was coming from the phone itself, television static, or something close to it, far away from the caller, thin and papery and constant. Under that was breathing. Not the clean, soft breathing of somebody holding a phone to their ear. This sounded wetter somehow. Thick, liquid in the throat. As if whoever had the phone was lying flat or had just been coughing and hadn't quite recovered from it. "Hello," I said. "This is your delivery driver." "Nothing right away." Then, very slowly, a voice said, "Evan." It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. People use your first name all the time in service jobs. Dispatchers, nurses, pharmacists, customers if they can read the ID badge clipped to your jacket. But this was over the phone, from a recipient I had never spoken to, on a run that should have been just another drop. The name landed with enough precision that the muscles in my neck tightened before I could tell myself not to be stupid. The voice continued, "You missed the turn." I looked instinctively at the route tablet, then back at the road. Ahead of me, on the right, half hidden between two stands of pines, was a narrow gravel cut I had absolutely blown past. No streetlight, no proper road sign, just an opening in the tree line and two tire tracks disappearing into black. "Hold on," I said, more to myself than the caller. I eased off the gas, checked the empty mirror, and slowed enough to make a careful turn on the wet road. The van's tires hissed over the centerline paint, then crunched onto the shoulder as I swung around. The whole time the caller stayed on the line, I told myself, immediately and with some force, that there were explanations. Darlene could have given them my first name when confirming the route. My driver info might show on their dispatch screen if they had some patient-side notification app. People assume systems know more than they do all the time, and old cell calls distort voices. Bad signal will stretch syllables, flatten tones, make normal breathing sound like somebody is drowning 6 rooms away. All of that went through my head in less than 5 seconds, because that's what your mind does when it catches one little hook of fear and tries to pry it back out before it sets. "You still there?" I asked. The static hissed. The breathing stayed where it was. Then, from somewhere far off the phone, not the person holding it, but deeper in the room with them, or farther down a hallway, or maybe outside the room entirely, I heard another sound. It wasn't speech, just a low, uneven humming. Not musical, not tuneful, not even steady. More like somebody with their mouth closed making noise to themselves without realizing it. The pitch shifting slightly each time, the way sick people do in their sleep or children do when they're trying not to cry. It went on long enough for me to notice it, then cut off all at once. The voice near the phone didn't acknowledge it. Neither did I. The line clicked dead a second later. I sat there at the edge of the turn with my hand tight on the wheel and the wipers going back and forth over the windshield. And I could feel how hard I was concentrating on not letting that moment become bigger than it was. A customer had called. A customer had used my name. A customer had given me a direction I needed. That was all. I put the van in drive and took the turn. The gravel changed under the tires almost immediately, from packed county shoulder stone to the softer, less maintained crunch of a road people no longer had reason to improve. Pines leaned close on both sides, their lower branches dead and black in the headlights. The tablet map hesitated, then redrew itself and labeled the road at last. Cinder Road. That was when the name on the package finally found its place in my head. Marlene Vale. 2 months earlier, maybe a little less. There had been a rumor floating around the depot break room. Not a full story. Just one of those scraps of ugly local information people trade while they're waiting for the microwave. Somebody had mentioned a welfare checkout near the marsh roads. Old woman. Condemned farmhouse. Found dead after neighbors hadn't seen her for a while. I hadn't paid much attention at the time because people at jobs like that are always half-repeating things they heard from cousins, exes, sheriff's deputies, a woman at Food Lion, somebody who knew somebody. But I remembered the name now because Micah had repeated it in that tone he used for all local gossip, like he was daring the room not to listen. Vale. That had been the name. I gripped the wheel a little tighter and felt foolish immediately. There were plenty of ways that could mean nothing. Same last name, different woman, same woman, outdated profile, family member still using the number and address temporarily, clerical lag, insurance nonsense, database cleanup nobody got around to. Small towns and county systems are built on old paperwork and people forgetting to tell the right office when somebody dies. I had delivered to houses still using the dead husband's name on the mailbox because no one wanted to repaint it yet. I had handed signature pads to sons living under their mother's account 6 months after the obituary. It had to be something like that. It had to. The pines opened just enough for my headlights to catch a leaning roadside sign half swallowed by vines and rust. White once, Maybe. County issue, years ago. Now the paint was peeling in strips, and one side had sunk lower than the other, so the whole thing looked tired. The letters still showed through the weathering. Cinder Road. There was a bullet hole punched straight through the metal near the middle, black around the edges with rust bleeding down from it like old rain. Then the sign slid past into darkness behind me, and I drove on. Chapter 2. The Road Out of the Map. Cinder Road changed under the van in a way I felt before I fully saw it. Up to that point, even the worst county roads still behaved like roads. They had edges. They had some lingering relationship to maintenance. Even if that relationship was neglect, you could feel where patch jobs had been done, where shoulder gravel had been laid down and forgotten, where tires before yours had worn in the safest line through a bend. Roads people still used left a kind of rhythm under the wheels. Cinder Road didn't have that. It felt less like I had turned onto something maintained, and more like I had crossed into a route that had once been official and then been slowly handed back to weather. Roots. And whatever happened to live out there after people stopped bothering to look too closely. The asphalt was broken in long black strips with weeds forcing up between them. Not fresh green, but winter-dead stalks and wiry brown growth flattened by rain. In places, it wasn't really asphalt anymore at all, just islands of old pavement inside mud and gravel. Standing water filled the low spots, each cratered pothole glazed over with black surface reflection that showed my headlights for a second, and then swallowed them again as the van rolled through. The tires made a different sound. Every few yards, hiss, crunch, slap. Hollow splash like the road couldn't decide what material it wanted to be. The pines crowded close almost immediately. Their lower limbs hung over the road in dark, wet arcs. And every now and then, the roof of the van rasped through hanging needles with a long, dry scrape that made me instinctively lower my shoulders as if something might come through the metal. Smaller branches clicked against the side panels. Once, something dragged across the roof hard enough to sound like a hand being pulled from front to back, and I actually glanced up at the headliner before catching myself. There were reflective markers here and there, but not on proper signposts. Somebody county landowner. Whoever had cared enough 20 years ago had nailed old rectangular reflectors directly into fence posts at odd intervals. Some were upright, some leaned. One was hanging by a single rusted nail and spinning slightly in the windless damp whenever my headlights caught it. I passed one red reflector, then two white ones, then a yellow strip tied on with baling wire. None of it followed any system I understood. It looked less like road guidance and more like somebody had tried to remind the dark where the edges were, and then stopped halfway through. I kept glancing at mailboxes as I passed, more out of habit than hope. Most roads that lost their proper signage still announced themselves by mailbox numbers and hand-painted names. But on Cinder Road, there were almost no current names left. One box had no door, just a black opening full of wet leaves. Another leaned so far forward it looked ashamed. One still had the ghost of a family name in peeling vinyl letters. Only the first and last characters left attached, so it read like a cough. A few boxes had numbers, but not in any useful order. I passed 1,112, then nothing. Then 1,103 painted in red on a cedar post. Then a blank silver box wired shut with green extension cord. Houses showed up without warning and then slid away again behind brush before I got a full look at them. Some appeared occupied in the technical sense that curtains still hung in the windows, and there was no obvious collapse. But none showed lights. Not a porch bulb. Not a kitchen window. Not the bluish pulse of a television from some back room. Just dark shapes with roofs and chimneys and side yards slick with rain. Others weren't really houses anymore, so much as remains that had kept the outline. One had lost most of its porch and stood on its front block supports with the steps caved in, the door hanging open on a black rectangle of interior. Another was missing 2 downstairs windows entirely, plywood on one side, nothing on the other. I caught a glimpse of floral wallpaper through broken glass before the van moved on and the trees took it back. The farther I went, the less it felt like the normal kind of rural emptiness I was used to. Rural roads at night usually had some evidence of life carrying on out of sight. Some dog barking from behind a house. Some television murmuring through thin walls. Some generator hum. Some porch floodlight kicking on as you passed, because motion still mattered to whoever lived there. Here there was none of that. Not silence exactly. The van made too much of its own noise for true silence. The wipers kept their metronome. The heater breathed lukewarm air. The rear shelves knocked faintly over rough spots. But outside the van, there was an absence so complete it began to stand out. No traffic coming the other way. No dogs. No distant engine on another road. No TV sound leaking from any of the dark houses. No voices. Even the rain had gone too fine to sound like much. I told myself, not for the last time that night, that this was what people mistake for atmosphere when they're already predisposed to spook themselves. It was late. It was winter. These were old properties on a road the county probably gave up loving a long time ago. That was all. People went to bed. Old houses kept their own dark. Marshland swallowed sound. Still, I found myself checking the route tablet more often. The signal indicator in the corner had dropped to 1 bar and kept flickering back up to 2, then back down again. The map hesitated every few seconds, my icon gliding ahead of the road, then freezing while the rest of the display caught up. Twice the route line vanished altogether and redrew itself a little farther ahead, as if the system had momentarily lost confidence that Cinder Road was still the correct answer. The estimated arrival time changed 3 times in less than a minute. 11:51, 11:54, 11:50. I tapped the screen once to wake it brighter. The address remained the same. The blue route line kept threading forward. The road just didn't feel settled under it. I passed a burned shed on the left, set back maybe 30 yards from the road in what had once been a yard and was now mostly brush. At first, I only registered the shape. Then the headlights slid over its sides and I saw the wood had gone black in long, bubbled planks. One wall half fallen inward. A coil of something pale hung from a nail near the door-frame garden hose. Maybe, or cable. Rain shone on the roof like oil. Behind it stood the chimney of a house that was no longer there. A little farther on, there was an old swing set standing by itself near a ditch. Metal frame rusted the color of dried blood. No swings left. Just 2 lengths of chain moving slightly in the wet dark, though I couldn't have said there was wind enough for it. The ground beneath it had gone to patchy reeds and muck. For some reason, that bothered me more than the burned shed. A shed can burn and still make sense. A swing set left standing after everything else is gone looks like a sentence someone never finished. I kept driving. On the right, beyond a low spread of reeds and marsh grass, an old skiff lay upside down near the waterline, half sunk into mud and cattails. Aluminum or fiberglass. Hard to tell under the grime. One end had split open so cleanly it looked peeled. Rainwater ran off its hull in black threads when the headlights caught it. Farther back behind the boat, was what had once been a field and had now gone fully back to brush-high dead grass. Volunteer saplings, bramble tangles, fence posts leaning at tired angles with no fence left between most of them. I could imagine cattle there once, or rows of soybeans, or some man in rubber boots who thought he had another 10 years in him and then didn't. The work phone on the mount lost signal completely for a few seconds, the bars vanishing and reappearing in short, nervous flickers. I thought about calling Darlene just to say I was still moving, but the idea of listening to the line stutter out in the middle of the road appealed to me even less than the silence. So I drove. That was when the smell came in. At first it was faint enough to be mistaken for something inside the van. That stale, damp funk older vehicles get in winter if the carpet never fully dries out. I reached automatically toward the passenger floorboard, thinking maybe I'd tracked in slush earlier and the heater was waking up some wet rubber odor from the mat. Then it deepened. It pushed through the lukewarm air from the vents in slow layers, each one distinct enough that my brain kept trying to classify it and failing to fit them together cleanly. Damp carpet. Yes. But older than that. The smell of a basement that took water every winter and was never fully emptied. Old pennies rubbed between wet fingers. Sweet rot. Not fresh roadkill exactly, but the clingy sweetness that comes after. Spoiled meat trapped in cold air. Something insulation-like too. Wet fiberglass and old attic dust and the papery smell of soaked walls. I turned the fan down. The smell stayed. I shut the vent entirely and cracked my window an inch despite the cold needling in. The smell still stayed. It wasn't strong enough yet to gag me, but it had presence now. A body to it. The kind of smell that seemed to spread across the inside of your mouth after you breathed it a few times. I swallowed and tasted coffee gone sour on my tongue. Dead deer, I said out loud to nobody. That made sense. Enough sense, anyway. A carcass in a ditch. Something hit earlier in the week, bloating and splitting under the weather. Or a raccoon. Or a dog. Cold air carries rot differently than heat does. It keeps the smell low, packs it down, lets it arrive in waves that feel closer than they are. I knew that. I had delivered through enough farming country to know that. So I kept driving. The road narrowed further, though I couldn't have said whether the pavement actually did, or whether the trees and scrub had just leaned in enough to make it seem that way. Marsh grass appeared in thicker clumps at the ditches. Pines gave way here and there to scrub, oak, and cedar. The shoulders softened into black mud. Once my headlights picked up a length of broken wire fence half swallowed in vines, and I steered farther left without thinking. The van roof scraped another branch, a long, sighing drag from front to back. Then the road bent once, shallow and mean, and straightened into what was clearly its last stretch. Ahead. The pavement simply stopped pretending. The broken asphalt thinned to patches set inside standing water and packed earth. Pines crowded one side. Marsh scrub and reeds crowded the other. Beyond both. Darkness lay low and wide like open water or dead field, I couldn't tell which. And at the very end of that stretch, half hidden behind the pines and the ragged edge of marsh growth, I saw the first suggestion of a property. Not the house yet. Just the shape of something set back from the road where the road had nowhere else to go. A pale vertical line that might have been a fence post. A darker block beyond it that might have been a parked vehicle or piled lumber. The geometry of human ownership rising slowly out of the dark where the county's interest in the land had clearly ended. I eased off the gas without meaning to. The road didn't continue past it. It dead-ended there, or seemed to, at a property half concealed by pines and marsh scrub, waiting at the edge of everything behind it. Chapter 2. The Road Out of the Map. The house didn't appear all at once. That would have been easier. In a way, one clean reveal in the headlights. One clear shape at the end of the road. Something my brain could have taken in and sorted like any other delivery stop. Instead, it came together in pieces as the van rolled closer. Each new detail attaching itself to the last, until what had first looked like a patch of darkness with angles slowly turned into a place where people had once lived, and where, by all visible signs, something had gone wrong a long time before I got there. First came the porch light. Not bright enough to throw real light across the yard. Just a weak, pale yellow bulb hung under a sagging porch roof. The kind of tired porch bulb people leave burning because replacing it would mean admitting the dark has already gotten farther in than they're comfortable with. It didn't glow so much as stain the wet air around it. The color of nicotine, old teeth, cheap kitchen linoleum under bad overhead lights. Then the rest of the house took shape around it. 2 stories, set farther back from the road than I'd expected, with a wide front porch that ran most of the length of the lower level. The porch roof sagged visibly in the middle. The line of it dipped like a spine with a broken spot in it. The siding had once been white or some pale farmhouse color, but was now grayed and bubbled in long patches where water had gotten behind it and stayed. One upstairs window had been boarded over with plywood darker than the wall around it, and one downstairs window showed a curtain hanging in strips, as if somebody had tried to tear it down and only gotten halfway. The chimney leaned just enough to make you notice it if you were already looking for wrong things. A small, dangerous list against the wet, dark sky. Nothing about it said abandoned in the clean, legal sense. It said left to rot in stages. I eased the van to a stop where the road flattened into what must have once been the beginning of the driveway. The actual driveway was almost hard to distinguish from the yard. Black standing water filled most of it, reflecting the van's headlights in broken sheets. The ruts beneath the water suggested where tires used to go in and out, but recent or not, I couldn't tell. Mud shone at the edges. Marsh grass and weeds had started to creep in from both sides. The whole place looked like it had been sitting too long in weather and silence, slowly taking both into itself. There was already a car parked there. That was the first thing that made the house stop being just another ugly rural address and start feeling personal. A sedan sat angled slightly crooked beside the front yard, close enough to the porch to belong there. Far enough from the road that I hadn't noticed it until the headlights shifted just right. The paint looked dark blue or black under the rain. Mud had sunk around all 4 tires and hardened there in ridges. Like the car had settled into the ground a little over time. Not enough to bury it, but enough to give it that quiet, stranded look older vehicles get when they've been stationary longer than they should be. I idled in place and studied it. The windows were fogged from the inside, but not evenly. The fog wasn't a full white sheet like you'd get from a person sitting in a closed car breathing into cold glass. It came in patchy blooms and clear gaps, as though moisture had gathered and dried and gathered again over days or weeks, leaving vague shapes behind. One back window had a long crack running diagonally across it, taped over from the inside with strips of yellowing packing tape. The inspection sticker on the windshield was visible from where I sat because my lights hit it at an angle expired months ago. Dead leaves had blown up against the tires and gathered under the rocker panel on the passenger side, plastered there in a dark, wet line that said the car either hadn't moved or hadn't moved much. The kind of thing I should have noticed right away, if I'm honest. was that there were no signs of recent life around the car that matched its presence. No clean tracks through the mud to the driver's door. No light on inside. No engine tick of cooling metal. No open umbrella lying on the porch. It was the kind of car you would look at in daylight and assume belonged to somebody dead, gone, locked up, or too sick to drive. But I was still in work mode then. Work mode is powerful. It makes you flatten strange things into tasks. I had a package. I had an address. It was late, raining, and cold. People in bad houses still need medicine. Sick people let cars sit. Rural poverty leaves vehicles where they die. There were explanations. There are always explanations. Right up until there aren't. I put the van in park and sat there too long. I know that because the heater had time to lose what little warmth it had built up, and the windshield started to mist lightly at the edges while I watched the house and told myself to move. The wipers swept once, then twice, smearing freezing rain into thinner lines. The medication bag in the back gave a tiny settling thump as the van rocked and came fully to rest. I reached over and checked the route tablet again, even though I already knew what it said. Marlene Vale. Signature required. No side entrance. Knock loud. The blue route line ended at the house and then simply stopped. The map beyond it blanker than it should have been, as if whatever lay farther past the property wasn't worth rendering. I unbuckled, then didn't get out. Instead, I leaned over the center console, twisted in my seat, and reached into the back for the insulated medication bag, just to make sure everything was still right with it. The tamper band was intact. The cold packs inside still felt solid through the shell. I checked the printed temp strip in the outer sleeve and read numbers I already trusted, because reading them gave me something to do besides step out into that yard. Then I took the work phone off the mount and called the recipient number again. I expected it to ring into the house this time, clearly and normally, the way phones do when they are attached to real people waiting indoors. I expected maybe an old woman's voice, maybe a son or daughter tired and annoyed, maybe a television turned down in the background. Anything that would collapse the distance between me and the place in front of me into something recognizable. The call connected. Somewhere. A phone began ringing. I heard it almost immediately, but I couldn't place it. That was the problem. It did not sound like it was coming directly from inside the house, at least not in any straightforward way. The ring was thin and faint and seemed to bounce strangely in the wet dark. For a second, I thought it was off to my left, farther out near the line of pines and marsh grass. Then the next ring made it seem closer to the right side of the property, maybe from behind the parked sedan or beyond the porch. Then it was nowhere I could point to at all, just a distant electronic chirp finding its way through damp air. I lowered the phone and looked at the house again. That was when I saw the figure on the porch. I'm careful when I say saw, because the worst part is, I can't tell you it came out of the house. I can't tell you it walked through the front door, or stepped from behind a porch post, or rose from a chair. I looked at the porch one moment, and there was only the weak yellow bulb and the torn curtain in the downstairs window. I looked again after the ring sounded a second or third time, and the figure was simply there. Already there, standing near the center left side of the porch in a way that made me feel, stupidly and instantly, as if I had failed some kind of test by not noticing it sooner. It was tall. That registered first. Not impossibly tall from that distance, but tall enough that the porch rail cut across it lower than I expected. It seemed wrapped in something bulky and layered. Not one coat or blanket, but several draped shapes hanging together. One shoulder sat slightly higher than the other, either because the garment bunched there, or because the body beneath it was built wrong in some ordinary human way injury, posture, whatever. Its head was inclined downward, as though it had already been looking at the porch boards. Then, while I watched, it tilted toward me. Not a full movement. Not even what I'd call a turn, exactly. The head simply changed angle with no other obvious shift in the body. The rest of it remained fixed where it was. I felt an immediate, unreasonable reluctance to blink. The phone was still ringing somewhere out there. Or maybe it had stopped. I honestly can't remember at what exact point the ring cut off because that figure absorbed everything else in the scene. The porch light was too weak to give me a face. All it gave me was outline and wet shine, layers of fabric, long vertical shape, one shoulder high, head slightly bent now in my direction. No waving, no stepping forward, no hand lifting to shield its eyes from my headlights. No human little gestures to finish the picture. I stared another second, then made myself do the normal thing. I raised one hand and gave a short wave through the windshield. "Evening," I said, though it was to the glass and not loud enough for them to hear. No response. The figure did not move. I don't mean it froze. Freezing implies it had been moving before. It simply remained what it had already been present, upright, watching. I sat there with my hand still half raised and became aware that the smell from the road had thickened. The vents were off, but it had found its way in anyway. Damp carpet, old pennies, sweet rot, wet insulation, something meaty under all of it. The inside of the van felt too small suddenly, stale with coffee and heater air and my own breath. I told myself the figure was probably a relative, home health aide, son, daughter, neighbor who checked in. Somebody wrapped in layers because the house heat was shot and the porch offered better signal. There are dozens of explanations for a person standing weirdly in bad weather on bad property. People do odd things in old age, in sickness, in poverty, in grief. If you work deliveries long enough, you stop treating unusual behavior as remarkable. It's all just context for the signature. That line of thought got me moving. I set the phone down, reached for the door handle, and shoved with my shoulder because the damp had tightened the frame again. The door cracked open with a sticky little suction sound. The smell hit harder the second outside air got in. Not fresher, not cleaner. Harder. It rolled into the van like something with weight. The cold carrying it right across my face before I could lean back from it. Damp carpet. Yes, but deeper now, and the coppery note sharpened in it. Sweet rot. Spoiled meat held in winter air. The kind of smell that clings to the soft back parts of your sinuses and stays there after the air has moved on. It was strong enough this time that I actually made a face and turned my head away, one hand coming up on reflex to cover my mouth. Jesus, I muttered. A dead deer, a flooded crawl space, bad septic, something under the porch, all still possible. I looked at the figure again while keeping one foot inside the van. It had not changed position. The porch light behind it or above it, hard to judge from where I sat, gave the edges of the layered fabric a damp yellow outline. I could see now that the thing draped over its frame was not smooth. It hung in folds and uneven lengths, darker in some parts where rain had soaked it through. There was no visible face from where I sat, only a darker oval or angle within the upper mass of it, inclined still toward me. I could stay in the van and call dispatch. That thought came with immediate relief. A clean option, sensible, procedure adjacent enough to justify. Tell Darlene the conditions weren't safe. Tell her there was an unidentified person on the porch and a strong odor suggesting an animal carcass or something else hazardous. Let her call the number. Let her advise. Let her own some part of the decision. I even picked the work phone up again. Then I looked at the clock. 11:56. I thought about overtime. I thought about the notes, recipient hard of hearing knock loud. I thought about being the guy who called dispatch because an old farmhouse looked creepy and somebody stood on the porch in winter clothes. And because I was still, in all the ways that mattered then, a practical idiot with bills. I chose the version of the night that seemed most embarrassing if I overreacted. I took the insulated cooler from the back, grabbed the clipboard and scanner, stepped out into the black standing water of the driveway, and started walking toward the house. Chapter 2. The road out of the map. The driveway was worse on foot. From inside the van, it had looked like standing water and soft mud. The usual kind of neglected rural mess you learn to pick through by instinct. Once I stepped into it, though, it felt more like crossing the edge of something that had been left alone too long. The water hid depth badly. One step would be nothing, just a thin wash over packed gravel, and the next would sink the toe of my boot into cold sludge deep enough to make me pull up hard before it took the shoe with it. The yard on either side wasn't any better. Dead grass lay matted flat under the freezing mist, and bunches of marsh reeds had pushed in from the edges of the property, as if the whole place were being quietly reclaimed, one wet season at a time. I carried the insulated medication bag in my left hand, the clipboard tucked under the same arm, scanner in my right. The scanner's rubber grip felt slick from mist and my gloves. The med bag bumped against my thigh with each step, its weight solid and ordinary in a way I clung to more than I would have admitted then. The whole point of work gear is that it gives your body something procedural to do when your mind starts trying to wander ahead of you. Hold the bag. Don't drop the scanner. Keep the clipboard dry. Walk to the door. Knock. Get the signature. Leave. Simple. That was the script. The porch sat a little higher than I'd thought from the van. 3 wooden steps, broad and worn in the middle, with one railing still upright and the other listing slightly outward. The porch boards were dark with moisture, slick-looking under the weak yellow porch bulb. What struck me even then, before I had enough context to know why it bothered me, was that the boards looked wet in the wrong way. Not like clean rain on old wood. More like they'd held dampness for a long time, soaked through and never fully dried out. The air was cold enough that most exposed surfaces should have felt fresh wet, rinsed by the weather. The porch looked steeped instead. The figure stood where I'd first seen it, off to the left of the front door in that weak nicotine-colored light. It still had not moved in any obvious way. Up close it looked taller, though that may have been the porch height and my angle working against me. The layered covering around it coat, blanket, whatever I'd first thought resolved into something messier. Not one outer layer but several, draped and hanging in folds that didn't sit quite right on a human frame. Fabric over fabric, dark wool or fleece, something quilted maybe, something thinner hanging in strips near the lower half, wet edges catching light, one shoulder riding higher than the other so that the whole silhouette looked slightly canted, as if the thing beneath the layers had been assembled around a slant no cloth could quite disguise. I stopped at the foot of the steps and made myself do the normal thing. Delivery for Miss. Vale. My voice sounded too clear in that yard. Not loud exactly, just unsoftened by any other noise. The freezing mist had thinned enough that I could hear the distance in the place between words. No dog barked, no television turned down, no chair scraped inside. Even the van idling behind me seemed farther away than it should have. The answer came immediately, but not from the porch figure. From somewhere inside the house, in a weak old woman's voice, came, "Come on up, honey." The voice was thin, worn down to a papery rasp at the edges, but unmistakably human. Female. Elderly. The kind of voice that belongs to oxygen tubing and pill bottles on side tables. To people who start speaking before they've fully pulled enough air in to support the sentence. I looked at the figure. It had not opened its mouth. I know people say things like that after the fact because they need to make their memory sound cleaner than it was. But I mean it literally. There was no visible movement in the upper part of it that matched speech. No jaw motion, no head tilt to project the voice, no hand gesture, nothing. It simply stood there under the porch light while the sound came from deeper in the house. Then its head turned a little farther toward me. That was all. But it went a little too far. Not in some impossible movie way where bones snap and eyes roll. Just a few degrees beyond what should feel comfortable when the shoulders and rest of the body remain completely fixed. Enough that something in my own neck answered by tightening. I stood there another second longer than I should have, the med bag pressing cold through my glove. "Ma'am," I called, looking past the figure toward the dark slit beyond the front door frame. "I need a signature from inside, same voice. Same worn breath around the words, 'I can't hear you from there.'" A deep cough followed, wet and old and lingering enough to sound like it hurt. That ought to have settled me. A sick elderly woman inside, maybe half deaf like the notes said. Maybe the figure on the porch was exactly what it first looked like, a relative, a caregiver, somebody wrapped in whatever was handy because the heat in the house sucked and they'd stepped out to wait. God knows I'd delivered to enough homes where people looked strange for reasons that turned out to be ordinary suffering. Tremors, dementia, stroke damage, med reactions, poverty, grief. Nights take a lot of simple human misery and flatten it into eerie shapes until daylight explains them. That's what I told myself. Family member, I thought, or a home health aide who didn't want to get involved and figured the old woman could handle the handoff herself, or a son who lived there, embarrassed about the state of the place, or a mentally ill relative, or just somebody standing in a blanket because rural houses get cold in ways town people underestimate. All possible. I climbed the first step. The porch boards gave under my weight with a soft, damp creak. Up close, more details came into view whether I wanted them or not. The porch light fixture itself was cloudy with age and packed with dead insects. Not just a few bugs trapped under the glass, but dozens moths, beetles, brittle little bodies stacked and layered around the bulb until the light seemed to shine through paper confetti and husks. Some had gone black and flat with age. Others still showed pale wing patterns when the light caught them. My eyes dropped to the rail as I mounted the second step. There were muddy handprints along the inside of the porch rail. Too low. That was my first thought. Not child height exactly, though close to it. Lower than an adult's hand would naturally land if somebody were steadying themselves on the way up the steps. The prints were smeared rather than crisp, the fingers dragging downward in short, dark fans, as if whoever made them had either slipped or had not used the rail in a normal upright way. At the base of the siding, near where the porch met the front wall of the house, I saw a darker staining too. black residue clotted in the seam where water and dirt would naturally gather. Mold, maybe mildew, old runoff. Except it sat thicker in places, not spread in the even way damp usually leaves itself. More like repeated contact had rubbed something into the boards over time. And caught in a splinter near the outer edge of the top step was a thin strand of something pale. String, I thought first. Then maybe hair. It fluttered once in the cold air and stuck there. I wish I could tell you those details stopped me, that they amounted to enough warning once taken together to make me back off the porch and get Darlene on the phone and refuse to go any farther. But fear doesn't usually arrive as one perfect red flag. It comes mixed with social pressure and routine and the embarrassment of not wanting to be the one who made a scene at some sick old woman's house because the place smelled bad and a relative stood funny under the porch light. So I took the third step. The figure remained on my left, close enough now that I should have been able to identify something clear about it. A face, hands, shoes, a specific coat. Some easy, normal detail that would settle the argument my brain was having with itself. Instead, the nearer I got, the less coherent it felt. The fabrics wrapped around it were layered in a way I couldn't quite untangle. One dark outer blanket or coat hung over something quilted underneath. Beneath that, strips of another material trailed lower near the knees. It smelled stronger up there. The sweet wrought copper smell braided now with wet cloth and something old house stale. The figure's head remained inclined, but I still couldn't make out features under the shadow and weak porch bulb. Just the suggestion of a face where the darkness held differently. I glanced down automatically, looking for shoes. There weren't any that I could see, where its feet should have been, below the ragged hanging edge of the layered fabric. I saw only dark, wet marks on the porch boards. 2 of them, narrower than I would have expected for boots, less defined than socks. They might have been shadows or soaked cloth or footprints left by something that had just stepped in from the yard. But they were wrong enough in shape and stillness that I registered them before I understood why. "Sir," I said, because I still needed the figure to be somebody I could place in a human system. "Ma'am, nothing." Then the front door opened inward by itself. Not wide, just a slow inward drift, as if it had been resting on a latch that no longer caught, and some pressure difference or warped hinge had finally given it reason to move. But the timing of it hit me hard enough that my body reacted before my thoughts did. Every muscle in my shoulders locked at once. The med bag jerked in my hand. The scanner nearly slipped from my fingers. That was the first clean shock of the night. No rational explanation arrived quickly enough to beat it. The figure responded a fraction later. It shifted aside. Not with a step. That's important. People step by redistributing weight. Hips go first or shoulders do. One foot turns. The body follows. Cloth responds after. This thing moved more like something being pulled. One abrupt, ugly lateral adjustment with no visible preparation, as if whatever was under the layers had simply been repositioned a foot to the side. The fabric dragged after it in a delay, settling a beat later. I felt cold go through me in one straight line. From inside the house, beyond the opening door, I saw a television light moving against the hall wall. Just flicker at first, blue-white, then dim, then bright again, somewhere deeper in the house. The old woman coughed once more, wetter this time. The sound folded into the stale interior air and came out wrong, flattened by distance or rooms or old wood. Then her voice again, faint and tired. "Come on in." "Honey, you're letting the cold in." I stood there with the threshold open in front of me and the porch figure just to my left, and I understood in a very simple, useless way that my instincts had already made their decision. My instincts wanted me gone. Back down the steps, across the driveway, into the van. Route unfinished. Overtime damned. What kept me where I was everything else: the training, the notes, the embarrassment, the ease with which this could still be interpreted as a strange but explainable house and a stranger family than average. The figure hadn't touched me. The voice inside sounded old and sick, not threatening. The door was open. There was TV light. There was a task. People go into houses like that all the time for jobs they don't get paid enough to do. So I turned slightly toward the open doorway, and right before I crossed the threshold, I made one last glance back toward the sedan in the yard. The windshield had filmed over more heavily since I'd first looked at it. Frost, or near enough. Feathering at the edges where the cold had settled on the glass. Except for one oval patch on the inside. Clear. Not large, maybe the size of a hand mirror held close to the windshield. Just enough transparency to suggest someone had recently been sitting in the driver's seat, facing the house, watching the porch through that one cleared place. I stared at it for half a second too long. Then the old woman coughed again inside. The TV flickered blue across the narrow hall, and I stepped into the house while the porch figure remained behind me. Chapter 3. The Dead Woman in the Chair. The first thing that hit me inside the house wasn't the smell. It was the heat. Not warmth in any comforting sense. Not the dry furnace heat you get in old homes where every vent ticks and the windows sweat in the corners. This was damp heat, stale and close. The kind that made the back of my neck feel instantly dirty. It felt trapped rather than produced. As if the house had been sealed for too long with something soft and wet slowly giving off its own fever. The cold from outside left me in one breath, replaced by air that seemed to have already been used too many times. I stopped just over the threshold, and the front door settled behind me with a soft shift of swollen wood against the frame. It didn't latch fully. I heard that much. Just enough contact to remind me how close the exit still was. The entry hall was narrow and longer than I'd expected from outside. The yellow porch light gave way to a dimmer, dirtier sort of interior light, built from television flicker and whatever weak lamp was on deeper in the house. For a second, my eyes had to adjust. The hall ahead of me seemed to pulse between blue and gray as the TV in the next room changed shots. Every time the screen brightened, the light pushed a little farther down the wallpaper and then withdrew again. The air inside smelled layered, like everything else about that property. Old medical smell came first once I was no longer in the open-air plastic tubing. Alcohol wipes, dust on heating vents, the faint, bitter chalk of pills. Beneath that sat the damp house stink I'd already caught outside. Wet wood, old plaster, soaked insulation, stale cloth, and under all of it, almost hidden until I drew another breath, was the same overripe sweetness I'd noticed through the van vents. Thicker now, warmer now, as if the house itself had been holding it in and feeding it back into the rooms. I held the insulated medication bag a little closer to my side and kept the scanner in my right hand like it was more useful than it was. The clipboard pressed against my ribs. My work boots squeaked faintly on the floorboards, where tracked-in moisture met old finish. There was no immediate person in sight, just the hall. To my right sat a narrow side table crowded with the kind of objects that collect near front doors in houses where people have been old a long time. A ceramic dish with loose change in it. A stack of unopened envelopes curled slightly at the edges from damp. A pair of reading glasses folded on top of a phone book so old it still had the County Exchange printed large on the cover. Beside the table stood a thin umbrella stand, holding no umbrella. Only a cane with a rubber tip worn flat on one side. Above the table were coat hooks fixed to the wall. One held a faded raincoat. Another held nothing but an empty wire hanger twisted slightly out of shape. Between them hung two framed photographs turned face down against the wall, as if someone had taken the time to flip them and then left them that way. That detail bothered me immediately, though I didn't know why. It wasn't dramatic enough to mean anything by itself. People turn pictures around after deaths sometimes, during moves, during family fights. But seeing them there in the hall, not removed, just deliberately blind, gave me the feeling of a gesture repeated until it became habit. I could hear the television more clearly now. Some game show or daytime rerun running late on cable. Canned applause drifting in and out under the room noise. It should have made the place feel inhabited in a normal way. Instead, it felt like something running because it had been turned on and never turned back off. "Ma'am," I said, pitching my voice toward the living room. "I've got your delivery. I need a signature." My own voice sounded swallowed in there. Not muffled exactly, just taken in by fabric and damp and old wood and not given much back. Off to the left, leaning against the hall wall near the opening to the next room, stood an old aluminum walker with tennis balls split open on the back legs. One side of it had a length of clear oxygen tubing looped over the handle and trailing down to the floor in a pale plastic snake. When the TV light hit it just right, the tubing flashed white-blue and then went dim again. There were other signs too. The little practical ruins of long illness or long age. A box of latex gloves half open on a chair by the wall. 2 pill bottles without caps sitting on the floor near the walker, as if they'd been set down mid-task and forgotten. A folded adult incontinence pad visible under a stack of newspapers beside the doorway. Ordinary objects, all of them. And all of them saying the same thing: somebody in this house had needed regular help. Regular medicine. Regular handling. That kept me steady another few seconds. This is a sick person's house, I thought. A real one. An ugly one. A neglected one. Maybe a sad one. But not something outside the world I understood. A sick old woman. Maybe living with a relative who stood weird on the porch. A house gone too long without proper cleaning. Water damage, poverty, decline. Nothing I hadn't seen versions of before. Then I noticed the walls. The wallpaper in the hall must once have been floral, maybe cream with little blue vines or faded pink blossoms. Now it had gone nicotine yellow in places, and greenish in others where damp had worked at it from beneath. The seams had swollen and opened in long, crooked lips all along the corners, especially near the ceiling. In one spot halfway down the hall, the paper had peeled back enough to show gray plaster underneath streaked darker by moisture. Above that spread a water stain across the ceiling. Not a contained old ring, but an active-looking bloom with soft brown edges, like something was still feeding it from above. Dust lay over most flat surfaces in that house, but not evenly. That was another thing that took my eye once I started seeing it, on the side table. The dust had been disturbed in strips where objects had been moved recently, or repeatedly straight channels through the gray. Narrow arcs where fingers might have pulled something closer over and over. The floor under the coat hooks showed a cleaner path near the wall. Not from mopping, but from use. A faded lane amid tracked dirt and grit. There was a small kitchen visible past the end of the hall, no more than a slice of it from where I stood. A counter. the edge of an old refrigerator, a sink under a window gone black with night. On the counter beside the sink sat a bowl half full of gray water. Dead flies floated in it. Not many, 4 or 5 at least, their bodies swollen and still. I remember staring at that bowl longer than made sense because it was such an intimate kind of neglect. Not filth in the broad way of hoarding or abandonment. Just one thing left undone long enough to turn sour and then stay there. "Ma'am," I said again. Because standing in a stranger's hall looking at their flies and wallpaper felt obscene if I didn't make the job move forward. The voice came from the living room at last, thin, weak, breathless around the edges. "You can put it by her feet." I just stood there. It's hard to explain why one sentence lands wrong when everything else around it is already wrong in smaller ways. Maybe because by then I had unconsciously built myself a script to survive the house. Sick old woman in the living room, relative on the porch. Sign here. Thank you. Have a good night. Back to the van. The sentence she gave me didn't fit that script. You can put it by her feet, not mine, not by the chair, not bring it here, not set it down, by her feet. For one stupid second, I assumed I'd misheard over the television. "Ma'am," I said, louder this time. "I need you to sign for it." No answer, just the TV. A bright pulse of canned applause washed the hall blue-white for an instant, then receded again into dull flicker. I listened. Nothing from the porch behind me either. No shift of weight, no door sound, no breathing that I could separate from the house. The front entrance remained at my back like a held thought. I still hadn't fully looked around to see whether the figure had followed me inside or remained on the porch. I didn't want to turn and find out, and I didn't want to turn and see nothing there at all. So I kept my eyes forward. The floorboards under the hall runner were uneven. I could feel that through my boots as I shifted my weight. The runner itself, a long, faded strip of something braided or woven, had dark spots in it, where old spills or tracked-in mud had never come clean. To the right of the living room opening sat another little stack of mail. Envelopes gone damp at the edges and curling open despite still being sealed. I could read one return address from where I stood, a pharmacy benefits provider. Another was county tax notice read. None of them had been opened. At shoulder height on the wall beside the living room opening, there was a smear. Not fresh, not dramatic. Just a broad, darkened shine where the wallpaper pattern had been worn down and discolored over time. At first I thought maybe somebody brushed past that spot constantly with their hand or shoulder. But the mark was too long and too horizontal for that. It ran in a band along the wall, maybe 3 feet or so, polished in the middle where contact had happened often enough to flatten the paper's texture. Above and below it, the wallpaper remained dust dull. Across that band, the grime had been rubbed to a darker sheen. It looked like the kind of mark you get when something heavy gets carried through a narrow space over and over. A chair back, a box spring, a body in a sling. I don't know why those were the first things I thought of, but they were. Something passed here repeatedly, I thought, or was dragged. That was the first moment the house stopped feeling like a sick old woman's house and started feeling arranged. Not arranged in any theatrical sense. There were no symbols on walls, no candles, no staged horror movie nonsense. Arranged in the practical, ugly sense. Certain paths used often. Certain things left where they needed to be. Other things ignored because they didn't matter to whatever habits had taken hold there. A television kept running, pictures turned down, mail left sealed, walker by the hall, bowl on the counter, smear on the wall, everything in service to a routine I hadn't yet seen clearly enough to name. I should have backed out right then. There are a dozen places in my memory of that night where my leaving would have made rational sense, and that was one of them. Not because I knew what was waiting in the living room, I didn't, but because by that point nothing about the interaction matched the simple task I'd been sent to perform. No one had come to the hall. No one had answered directly when I asked for a signature. The sentence about her feet was wrong. The porch figure still had not spoken. Any one of those things would have justified stepping back to the van and calling dispatch. Instead, I moved forward. Not much. Just enough to angle my body toward the living room opening while keeping the medication bag held low at my side and the scanner lifted uselessly near my chest. The TV flicker brightened the far wall again, enough that I saw the outline of a recliner and the edge of a lamp and the far arm of a sofa. The room beyond was dim and soft with clutter, but not yet clear. It waited just outside the hall's reach. I took one careful step. The floor answered with a slow old house creak, then another. The smell deepened, and with every foot I moved away from the front door. The air in the house felt less like something I was entering, and more like something closing around me. I edged into the living room. Chapter 3: The Dead Woman in the Chair. The living room was arranged the way a lot of old living rooms are arranged when life has narrowed down to one chair, one television, and the few objects a person can still reach without standing. That was my first thought. The TV sat on a squat wooden stand against the far wall, playing some old game show rerun or local filler programming at a volume too low to follow. Bright studio smiles washed in and out across the screen, all of it a little colorless, all of it thinned by age and bad cable reception, so that reds looked pink and skin looked waxy. Every cut of the camera changed the light in the room. A clapping audience flashed blue-white. Then a host at a podium turned everything pale yellow. Then a prize graphic sent a brief, artificial gleam over the wallpaper and over the objects in the room before draining away again. A lamp stood on beside the recliner, but the bulb was weak and shaded in yellow nicotine film, so most of the room was lit in pulses rather than steadily. In those pulses, I took in pieces. A sofa with one arm torn open at the seam and stuffing showing through. A card table pushed against the wall under a stack of newspapers. A crocheted afghan folded neatly over the back of the recliner. A ceramic dish of hard candies gone dusty. A box fan in the corner with a towel draped over it. The edge of a coffee table ringed with old water stains. All of that registered before the chair itself fully did. Or maybe I saw the chair and refused, for 1 second, to understand what was in it. It sat angled toward the television the way people position a recliner when the TV has become the main event of the day. Not centered perfectly, but slightly off, as if whoever sat there most often had adjusted it over the years until it matched the exact line of sight they liked best. The upholstery had once been floral or beige, something soft and forgettable, and now it had darkened with age and body oil at the headrest and along the arms, and in it sat Marlene Vale. I did not know that absolutely in the legal sense at that instant. I had not seen her, had not asked her name and gotten an answer, had not confirmed the face against any photo. But every part of the house was already converging on her. The notes, the voice, the medicine, the sick room drift of oxygen tubing and pill bottles and damp neglect. The chair was the center of all of it. She was not a skeleton. That's important, because when people hear a story like this, they supply the wrong image too easily. She was not some picked clean horror movie prop draped for effect. She was worse for being realer than that. Time had not finished with her. It had only gotten far enough. She had collapsed into herself in uneven stages. In some places, the skin had drawn tight against the shape beneath, especially around the temples and the long bones of the face, leaving angles where softness should have been. In other places, it had loosened and sunk and folded under gravity, particularly around the neck and jaw, as if the body had first dried and then given way again. Her cheeks had gone inward enough to hollow the face around the mouth. The jaw hung slack. Not wide, just loose enough that I could see the front teeth through lips that no longer closed cleanly over them. Clumps of brittle hair still clung to the scalp in thin gray-brown patches, leaving broad stretches of pale scalp visible between them. Her right hand lay over the Afghan across her lap, or what had been her right hand. The skin there had darkened to something close to black over the knuckles and fingers, shrunk tight enough in places to make the joints stand out under it. The shape of the hand remained unmistakably human, but not living, not recently dead, not anything that should have been present in a room with a television still on and a voice still calling from deeper in the house. It rested on the blanket with a terrible gentleness, as if she had simply settled there and would lift it any second to change the channel. Clear oxygen tubing looped beneath her face and down across her shoulder, disappearing behind the chair toward an oxygen machine I still hadn't fully seen. The tubing made it worse. That one practical thread of care still attached to her made the room feel less like a death scene and more like a task interrupted months too late. The smell was strongest there. Everything I had caught in fragments outside and in the hall had pooled around the recliner. Old rot, yes, but not the hot, fresh violence of it. A held, indoor kind of decomposition braided with stale heat, medicine, dust, and damp fabric. It was a sweet smell in the same way overripe fruit is sweet just before it turns your stomach. The closer I got to seeing the truth of her, the more the smell seemed to gather substance, to rise from the chair and the blanket and the air trapped around them. On the carpet beside the recliner lay an old flip phone with its screen glowing faint green-blue in the TV flicker. Next to it sat a half-empty drinking glass filmed cloudy on the inside. A dark crust had dried under the rim where liquid had once spilled and run down the side. There was a dried medicine spill on the carpet, too pinkish or chalk-white residue scattered in a little fan near the base of the chair, as if someone had fumbled pills with shaking hands and then left them. One slipper lay on its side a short distance away. Heel crushed. Floral fabric darkened with age and use. My body understood what I was seeing before the thinking part of me did. My throat closed first. Not emotionally, physically. It pulled shut so fast I swallowed against nothing and felt the effort scrape. The clipboard slid out from under my arm because my grip had failed without me noticing. And when it hit the floor, the scanner in my hand jolted against it, hard enough to chirp a single bright electronic confirmation noise. Cheerful and clean, and so absurdly out of place in that room that it split something in me. The sound of it seemed to tip the room. I don't mean I fainted. I didn't. But the room tilted in that dizzy, detached way that hits when your brain rejects what your eyes have already accepted. The edges of my vision thinned. The television glare became too bright for a second, then too dim. I took one step backward without deciding to, and hit a standing lamp behind me hard enough that it rocked and the shade swung sideways, throwing the wall into a jerking crescent of shadow. I caught the lamp before it went over. The insulated medication bag slipped lower in my other hand. I opened my mouth to say something I don't even know what. Ma'am. Probably. Or Jesus Christ. Or maybe nothing with actual words in it. Just the beginning of a sound a body makes when it realizes danger after it has already stepped into it. Nothing came out. The room had gone very large and very small at the same time. The TV kept talking in bright, fake human tones. Somewhere in the kitchen or hall, there was a faint tick from old pipes or settling wood. My pulse hammered so hard in my ears that the house seemed to move in time with it. And still, the worst part, even then, was that there had been a voice. A woman's voice, weak, old, tired, but alive enough to answer me from somewhere in the house. My eyes went to the body's mouth, as if some final remnant of sense might force itself there and explain everything. But the jaw remained slack. The lips, what there was of them, showed no motion. The face did not shift. The eyes, God. I had not really looked at the eyes yet, and when I did, I wished I hadn't. One appeared collapsed or sunk too far to read. The other reflected a little of the television light without any spark in it at all. I backed another half step. The lamp bumped my shoulder again. Then the dead woman's voice spoke, not from the recliner, not from the mouth in front of me, from somewhere deeper in the house. Beyond the living room and beyond the hall line, I could still see in my peripheral vision. The same worn old voice said, very softly, "Set it down nice." There are moments in life when the mind stops trying to negotiate with reality and simply loses the argument. Up to the chair. I had still been making explanations whether I knew it or not. Sick woman in bad light. Relative moving around behind the house. Some impossible misunderstanding not yet visible to me. But that sentence heard while I was staring directly at the woman whose voice it belonged to. With her body plainly beyond any possible breath or speech, burned every normal thought clean out of me. This was no longer a house with a problem in it. This was something else entirely. My left hand finally let go of the medication bag, but I caught it against my leg before it hit the carpet. That small, stupid instinct to not damage the delivery made me hate myself later. But in the moment, it was proof that my body had not yet caught up to what my mind now knew. Training outlives reason. You hold on to the work thing because it's the last object still attached to the world before. I tried again to speak. That was as far as I got. The TV audience laughed at something. Bright applause washed over the room. In that burst of light, the woman in the chair seemed almost to move. Not because she did, but because the shadows across her face changed fast enough to mimic it. The jawline deepened. The cheek hollows sharpened. The brittle hair flashed silver white. For one sick instant, the tubing beneath her face looked like a line pulling her forward. Then the room dimmed again. I became aware of my own breathing in an ugly, shallow way. The smell in the room had crawled into the back of my throat. My eyes were watering from it, or from shock, or both. The standing lamp hummed faintly behind me, and beside the recliner, on the carpet, the flip phone lit brighter. Not just the dull, standby glow I had first noticed. A full incoming call. The screen flared in the dim room, throwing a cold, greenish rectangle across the carpet fibers and the side of the slipper and the lower edge of the blanket draped over Marlene Vale's knees. The phone began to vibrate against the floorboards underneath the carpet, making a tiny insect-like buzzing sound. I stared at it. It was ringing. Chapter 3. The Dead Woman in the Chair. The flip phone buzzed again against the carpet. Not loud, not dramatic. Just that dry, insect-like vibration. A tired little insistence that would have been ordinary anywhere else. on a kitchen counter, in a cup holder, on a nightstand beside somebody sleeping too hard to hear it. There, on the floor beside the recliner and the body in it, the sound felt obscene, too current, too alive. I stared at the screen because for a second my brain refused to process anything except the fact that it was functioning at all. Then the caller ID registered. It was my company number, not my personal cell, not some unknown local string of digits. The dispatch line. The same one routed through the mounted work phone in my van. The same one Darlene had called from twice on the drive out. For one awful second, a part of me tried to be grateful. Dispatch. I thought, good. Fine. Darlene. Procedure. Human contact. Something that belongs to the world I know. But that thought collapsed almost as soon as it formed, because if dispatch was calling, then one of two things had to be true. Either Darlene was, at that exact moment, calling the dead woman's phone on purpose, knowing this was the number attached to the delivery, or the house itself, or whatever had already started speaking inside it, was somehow receiving, redirecting, or answering that call through the device on the floor. Neither possibility made sense. One was impossible in a bureaucratic way, the other impossible in every way that mattered. The result was the same. The little glowing phone beside Marlene Vale's chair was receiving a call from my job like she was still there to pick up. It vibrated once more. I did not touch it. My hands were shaking too badly by then anyway. The scanner still hung from its cord at my wrist. The clipboard lay on the carpet behind me where it had fallen. The insulated medication bag felt absurdly heavy in my left hand, as if all the cold packs inside had turned to lead. I took one step backward, then another. The standing lamp brushed my shoulder again, and this time I let it rock. Its shade swung once, back and forth, throwing a crescent of moving light over the wall and across the edge of the doorway into the hall. The television flashed white-blue with another burst of applause. The dead woman's face changed shape in the flicker and changed back. The phone went on vibrating. I could hear my own breathing now in short, rough pulls. Not enough air going in. Too much noise coming out. I kept my eyes on the chair and moved backward because turning my back on it felt impossible. Because I still had some animal certainty that if I looked away fully, something in the room would take advantage of it. Then, from somewhere above me, from the upper floor of the house, in my own voice, I heard it's okay. I froze so hard my knees nearly locked. It was not approximately my voice. It was my voice, my exact cadence, my exact tired flattening of the vowels. Even the little half-breath before the sentence sounded like me. The way I sound when I'm trying to calm somebody down during a late delivery or explain a delay I don't care about enough to make convincing. I had heard that voice my entire life from inside my own skull, and in recordings I hated. There was no mistaking it. It's okay. The words came from upstairs, soft but clear enough to locate. Maybe from the landing or the room just off it. Before I could even react to that, another voice came from the kitchen. A child's voice, high and breathy and full of secretive delight. He came inside, not loud either. None of them needed to be loud. The house held sound strangely. It seemed to carry speech without letting the rooms themselves identify where it began. I stumbled backward another step, and then, from somewhere just behind the living room doorway, close now, too close. Like a person standing in the hall speaking into the room, came Marlene's voice again. Don't spill that. Honey. 3 voices, 3 different people. None of them visible, Something in me finally stopped trying to think of it as mimicry in the simple sense. Mimicry implies copying in the moment, a creature parroting what it hears, ventriloquizing one sound at a time. This was different. These were stored voices, kept voices. Not one trick, but an accumulation. A house full of human sound, lifted out of whatever mouths had once owned it, and saved like objects. The realization hit in the same cold, clean way panic sometimes does, when it finally breaks through shock. This place was full of people who weren't here anymore, except their voices were. I moved, not elegantly, not strategically. I just backed toward the hall with the graceless urgency of somebody trying not to run, because running means admitting the thing you're in. The medication bag knocked against the coffee table and nearly slipped from my grip. My heel caught the edge of the rug. I corrected clumsily and turned sideways through the doorway, finally taking my eyes off the recliner because by then the greater danger was everywhere else. The hall looked darker than before. Or maybe my pupils had blown wide in the living room and now the television flicker no longer reached as far. The side table, the face-down pictures, the walker, the curled mail. All of it remained where it had been, but it no longer looked domestic. It looked set, positioned, like props around the entrance to some ritual of ordinary life that had long since gone rotten. I took another quick step back, and my boot came down in something wet. Not liquid exactly, not a puddle, more like a patch. My foot slipped. I went sideways hard enough that the medication bag flew out of my hand and hit the wall with a muffled thud. My right palm slammed into the wallpaper at shoulder height to catch myself, right in the darkened smear I'd noticed earlier. The contact made a sound I still think about sometimes. Not a slap, not the dry squeak of skin on wallpaper, a tacky peel, like touching old adhesive or damp varnish or the surface of something that had dried and been re-wet too many times. I jerked my hand back on instinct. In the TV flicker and hall dimness, all I saw at first was that it had come away dark. Then the smell hit stronger where my hand had broken the surface of whatever it was. And I understood that part of the wall had not just been dirty, it had been coated. Hair clung to my palm and fingers in 2 or 3 fine lengths. Not long strands, shorter, broken, stuck into the tacky residue so they came away with it. The stuff itself was brown-black, old-looking, not fresh blood red, but the color blood goes when it dries and lives with dust for a long time. There was something greasy in it too. A softened, fatty drag that shone in the low light before sinking dull again. I made a noise then. Not a word. Just a sound from deep in my throat. Without thinking. I wiped my hand down the front of my jeans. It left a long, smeared streak on the denim. Hair fibers stayed stuck to the fabric. The residue on my palm spread rather than disappearing. And for 1 sick second, I could feel grit inside it. Tiny particulate drag against my skin. From the kitchen, in that same child voice, amused now, he touched it. The upstairs answered with my voice again, a little farther away this time, almost coaxing. It's okay. I spun toward the front of the house, and in that turn, I saw the staircase fully for the first time. It rose along the wall opposite the side table, narrow and steep, with old, dark wood steps covered by a runner worn thin in the middle. In the pulsing mix of TV light and weak hall light, the runner looked striped in places. But then I realized those weren't shadows. They were marks. Deep, repetitive drag lines ran across the risers and up the edge of the runner. Not one set, but many, layered over time. Some were narrow grooves in the worn wood itself where something hard had caught again and again. Others were darker, rubbed into the fabric in paired lines that traveled upward, disappeared onto the landing, then began again on the next step, as if whatever had made them had not been carried cleanly but dragged in stages. The sort of marks furniture leaves when moved improperly. The sort of marks heels leave when a body is pulled upstairs. I looked up. At the top landing stood several shapes in the dark. My mind tried to make them into furniture first, because that is what minds do when they are trying not to die from what they already know. Coat rack, wardrobe edge, stacked boxes. But furniture does not stand with intervals between it that feel deliberate. It does not taper where shoulders should be. It does not take the TV flicker along one edge and seem to absorb it rather than reflect it. There were at least 3 of them, maybe more. Too tall and too narrow to be anything I could name with confidence. None moved. None spoke. They simply occupied the landing, sunk partly into the darkness of the upper hall, present in the same way the porch figure had been present already there, not arriving. I stared long enough for my own eyes to ruin me. One of the shapes seemed to lean a fraction. Then a tiny sound came from the top of the stairs. A click. Not floorboards. Not pipe noise. Not the house settling. A small, hard meeting of surfaces. Delicate and terrible, like teeth touching. That broke whatever was left of my restraint. I turned for the front door, not backed away this time. Turned, full body. The need to get out finally outweighing every work instinct, every social hesitation, every stupid thread of thought that had kept me from bolting earlier. The hall narrowed in front of me all at once. The side table shoulder-brushed past. The walker snagged my pant leg. The face-down pictures flashed in the corner of my eye like blind witnesses. And then I saw that the front door was no longer fully open. I had left it ajar when I came in. I was sure of that. Not wide, but open enough to show a slice of wet yellow porch light and black yard beyond. Now it stood nearly shut, not latched, just drawn inward until only a narrow vertical seam of porch light edged the frame. Something was standing in that seam. The porch figure was inside the house. It occupied the entry hall between me and the exit, as if it had always belonged there, just past the side table and just short of the door, blocking the last straight path out. In the dimness, it looked larger than it had on the porch. Not because it had grown, but because enclosed spaces grant bodies more authority. The layered fabrics hanging from it had darkened with damp and shadow. One shoulder still rode higher than the other. The head was bent slightly toward me. I could see more of it now and understood less. No visible shoes, only dark, wet marks spreading at the floor where its feet should have been. The hanging layers around its lower half were not one blanket after all, but multiple lengths of fabric or clothing draped over each other in a way that hid the actual outline underneath. Something hung longer on one side, dragging near the floorboards. The smell around it was worst of all. A close hot blend of stale cloth, rot, and that same copper sweetness that had been coating the house from the start. It did not rush me. It did not raise its arms. It simply stood there in the hall between me and the door. While behind me the television went on talking in bright, harmless voices, and the dead woman's phone buzzed again in the living room. Chapter 4. The thing in the hall for 1 second, maybe less. I stood there and did nothing. Not because I had any real choice left. Not because I was trying to be brave or think clearly or make sense of what had just moved between me and the front door. I stood still because the body sometimes freezes when it runs out of categories. Fear is one thing when it can still attach itself to a shape you understand. A man, a dog, a sick relative, a person with a deformity. Even the dead woman in the chair had still belonged, in some ruined way, to a human system. Death, neglect, abandonment, a body left too long in a house. The thing in the hall did not belong to anything I knew how to organize fast enough to survive. The TV flickered from the living room behind me, and that moving light was enough. After a moment, for my eyes to begin adjusting to the entry hall in fuller detail. At first, all I had seen was height, dampness, layered bulk, the broad fact of obstruction. Then the parts started separating. What I had taken for a coat or a blanket on the porch was not one garment at all. It was layers. Curtains hung over one shoulder, floral and water-stained, their original pattern only visible in a few pale, surviving patches. Under that were what looked like bed linens, old sheets or pillowcases darkened with grime. One section printed with faded blue flowers, another with the dull yellowing edge you get from stored cloth pulled out after too many years. An old cardigan sleeve dangled where no sleeve should have been. One cuff stretched long and hanging empty. Beneath it were strips of denim, not full jeans, but lengths torn off and knotted or caught around the body at odd intervals. Torn undershirts showed through in wet ribbed loops, one of them gray with age, another stained nearly brown. Near one shoulder, snarled into the whole arrangement like debris caught in wire, was a wig, cheap synthetic hair, dark and stringy with moisture, half detached from whatever cap had once held it together. Around the middle of it, for no reason any sane person would arrive at, a belt had been cinched tight, not through belt loops, not around clothing in any functional way, just strapped around part of the torso as if, at some point, something or someone had tried to gather the hanging mass into a more manageable shape and then stopped caring whether the result looked human. The materials clung to and sagged from whatever was beneath them, and that was the worst part of it. Clothing can hide a lot. It can suggest weight and symmetry where there is none. But now that I was close enough to really look, I could see the body under the layers was wrong in specific, practical ways that no amount of fabric could disguise. The waist was too narrow, not thin in the ordinary human sense, not starved looking exactly, but narrowed as though the upper and lower parts of the body had never agreed on how to meet. One arm hung longer than the other by enough to keep catching my eye. The hand at the end of it rested lower than a hand should, nearly level with the belt line, the fingers hidden in cloth or shadow. The knees angled inward slightly, not enough to make it topple, just enough to suggest a structure built around joints that did not quite track the same way mine did. And the neck. The neck moved too easily, even standing still, even while the rest of the shape remained fixed in that awful patient way. The neck held itself with a looseness that made the head seem less attached than placed. When it tilted a fraction toward me, the movement did not travel naturally through shoulders and spine. The head just adjusted, almost independently, as though whatever connected it to the body was softer, more permissive than it should have been. I don't know how long I stared before I looked at the face properly. Long enough that I think some part of me already knew it would be the worst thing there. It was the most human and least human part of it at once. The skin over the face looked stretched, not smooth, but pulled too taut across some areas and too loose across others, as if it had been fitted without the right understanding of what a face needs in order to rest. One cheek drew tight enough to sharpen the bone beneath. The other sagged more heavily around the mouth. The lips did not close properly. They met in the middle and failed at the corners. Especially one side where the corner of the mouth seemed torn or split enough that teeth showed through even when it wasn't speaking. Not a theatrical grin. Not some exaggerated gaping maw. Just a bad seal. A human mouth made permanently insufficient. One eye was pale and cloudy, the kind of cataract milkiness you see in dogs too old to track your hand anymore. The other side of the face sank darker, not an empty black hole in the dramatic sense, but a socket caved deep enough into shadow that I could not tell whether an eye remained there at all. The darkness seemed to hold itself rather than reflect anything. When the television flared from behind me, the pale eye took the light and gave it back in a dead, wet shine. The other side gave back nothing. The smell coming off it up close was enough to make my body try to reject the room. Warm rot, not outdoor rot anymore, not distance-carried decay softened by wet weather, but close, held, body-level rot braided with damp attic insulation, wet fabric, mildew, and the copper-sour sweetness I had already touched on the hall wall. It was the smell of old houses and old sickness mixed with something intimate and spoiled. When I breathed through my mouth, I tasted it anyway. I should have run at it immediately. I know that now. But up close, with the thing standing in the hall under that shifting television glow, some last stupid human reflex still insisted on language. Maybe because people speak to danger when they can't yet accept what silence would mean. Maybe because all work is built on speech and procedure. Or maybe because part of me was still trying to prove, through any response at all, that this remained a person-shaped problem. I heard myself try to say, "Please, that was as far as I got." The thing opened its mouth. I saw the torn corner flex. I saw the exposed teeth catch light. I saw the lower jaw move in a way that made the skin around the throat pull too tight for a second. And when sound came out, it was Marlene Vale's voice. "Don't rush off." The voice emerged with all the weakness and papery breath I had heard before. But up close, it carried something else too, a strange flatness underneath. Like speech traveling through a space not made for it. The words were perfectly clear. The tone even held a little tremor of elderly concern. The kind of gentle plea somebody might use to keep a nurse or a grandson from leaving the room too quickly. That would have been bad enough alone. Then the thing's mouth stayed open a fraction longer, and a child's voice came from the same torn human shape. Stay. Higher. Softer. Eager. The change between voices was what broke me. Not because it was loud. Not because it was monstrous in some cinematic way. Because there was no transition. No physical reason for one small, ruined mouth to contain two separate lives of sound. 1 second an elderly woman, the next a child. Both intimate, both domestic. Both phrased like requests made in ordinary homes every day. Stay. Don't rush off. Don't spill that. Honey? He came inside. Household language. Borrowed care. The language of trust and routine. Emptied out and used here like bait. My whole body surged backward without moving far. Muscles trying to run while the wall and side table trapped me in place. The medication bag was still on the floor near my feet where I had let it slip in the hall. I saw it there with impossible clarity. Blue seal band, white company label, one last object still obeying the old logic of the night. The thing in the hall did not advance. That made it worse. If it had lunged, then if it had sprinted, shrieked, thrown itself forward like an animal, some more primitive part of my brain would have taken over and made decisions faster than thought. but it only stood there and held the space, patient, almost expectant, while the house breathed around us. Behind me, the phone in the living room buzzed once more against the carpet. From upstairs came a faint shifting sound, as if one of the narrow shapes at the landing had adjusted its weight a fraction on the boards. Somewhere in the kitchen, something dripped at slow, irregular intervals into what sounded like metal. The thing's pale eye remained on me. The dark side of its face remained unreadable. Its head made a tiny turn, curious almost, and the wig caught on the shoulder fabric and dragged a few strands loose. They stuck damply to the cardigan underneath. One of the strips of denim near its leg twitched as if a breeze had found it. Though there was no breeze in that house, I could hear my pulse in my ears. I could feel the residue from the wall drying tacky across my right palm and fingers. I could smell myself now, 2 cold rains still trapped in my jacket, sweat breaking under my shirt, the cheap coffee from the van living in my breath. All the ordinary proofs of a living body suddenly seemed loud and edible in that hallway. I did not decide to attack it. Decision would imply some amount of composure I did not have. What happened was closer to panic, finding the first object in reach and making it into a weapon. My eyes dropped to the insulated medication cooler at my feet. My left hand moved before the thought did. I snatched it up by the handle so hard one of the cold packs inside shifted with a dense slap against the inner wall. For the briefest instant, I held it there between us like I was going to shield myself with it, which was ridiculous. And then something in me snapped loose. I hurled the cooler at its chest. Chapter 4. The Thing in the Hall. The cooler hit it square in the chest with a sound I still can't match to anything clean. Not the hard smack you'd expect from a plastic case striking a person. Not the hollow thump of hitting drywall or a door. It landed with a dull, dense, cracking noise, as if the insulated shell had connected with something layered and rigid underneath the fabric. Something that gave a little, but not in the direction it should have. I heard the cold packs shift inside the cooler at the same time, a heavy, sloshing slap, and then something under all that hanging cloth moved wrong. That was what my brain held on to later. Not just that it staggered, the way it staggered. The impact drove part of its upper body backward into the door frame. But whatever lay beneath the curtains and sheets and old clothing seemed to shift out of sequence, one side following the other too late. The torso folding slightly where no torso should fold that way. The long arm hit the wall first, then the shoulder, then the head snapped to the side with that same over-permissive neck movement I'd already seen. The layered fabrics dragged after the motion like wet laundry yanked off a line. The cooler fell, bounced once off the warped floorboards, and burst open enough for one gel pack to half slide from the zipper gap. I did not wait to see more. I bolted, not in any coordinated way. There was no brave charge through danger, no clean pivot and sprint. I turned and more or less threw myself at the front door, hitting the frame with one shoulder hard enough to bark pain down my arm. The half-latched door banged open under me and cold, wet air hit my face like I'd broken the surface of water. The sudden outside dark and cold should have steadied me, but all it did was sharpen the panic. My right foot caught on the top porch step. I half fell, half jumped the rest of the way down, boots slipping on the wet boards and then the steps, one hand scraping splinters off the railing I'd noticed those low, muddy handprints on. My knee hit the second step hard enough to sting through denim. The scanner cord, still looped around my wrist, snapped taut against the railing and nearly jerked me sideways. I ripped it free without meaning to and heard plastic knockwood behind me. Then the noises started. Inside the house, first wood impacts, rapid and heavy, Not footsteps exactly, but body-on-structure sounds. Something hitting the hall wall, something striking the door frame where the cooler had landed, then fabric scraping across the threshold in a long, dragging rush. Then, on the porch itself, wet bare slaps against the boards. Not boots, not shoes, not socks. Bare feet, or things close enough to bare feet to make the same skin on wet wood sound, striking fast and unevenly as they came after me. Over that came voices, more than one at once. Not one clear sentence the way I'd heard inside, but a burst of layered speech tripping over itself, as if several mouths were trying to answer the same moment. The child voice high and urgent, Marlene's voice thin and breathless, my own voice somewhere among them saying something I couldn't catch, another voice too low to place, not words exactly, just a wet, humming agitation beneath the rest. The yard rushed at me in broken dark shapes and standing water. My boots hit mud and slid. The parked sedan flashed at the edge of my vision, black and wet and dead-looking. My van sat 20 feet away and might as well have been across a football field. I dug into my pocket for the keys while running. My fingers were numb. That's one of those panic details people never exaggerate because they don't think too. Cold, fear, bad blood flow. Whatever mix of all three took hold, I couldn't feel the shape of anything inside my own pocket properly. The keys snagged on the lining once, twice, then came free and slipped immediately out of my hand. I heard them hit mud, a stupid little metallic clink almost lost under the wet sound of my own boots. No, I dropped into a crouch without fully stopping. One hand pawing through black slurry beside the driver's door, while the other still fought the scanner cord looped around my wrist. The cord had twisted around itself, and the scanner banged uselessly against the side of the van each time I moved. Behind me, the wet slaps on the porch boards came faster, then one heavy impact as something hit the steps. My hand closed on the keys. I yanked them up, slick with mud, shoved the scanner against my chest with my forearm, and lunged for the handle. The driver's door opened, the passenger mirror, which I'd cursed 100 times for being loose in damp weather, caught the porch light at just the wrong angle as I swung up into the seat. For one useless fraction of a second, I saw the porch behind me, reflected in it a smear of weak yellow, dark rails, movement where no one should have been moving that fast. I slammed the door and jammed the key toward the ignition. Missed. My hand was shaking too hard. I tried again, and the key scraped the column before finding the slot. The scanner cord tangled tighter around my wrist and steering wheel. I tore it loose hard enough to nearly throw the device into the passenger floorboard. Then something struck the side window beside my face. A hand. Flat. Not pounding. Not clawing. Just one sudden placement against the glass so close to my head that the slap of contact felt like it happened inside my mouth. I turned and saw it there in the porch light and dashboard glow. The hand was human enough to be worse for it. The knuckles were swollen, the joints thick and out of proportion, as if the fingers had been bent too often or had healed wrong more than once. 2 wedding rings sat on one finger, stacked together, both dull with grime. The fingernails were split jaggedly down toward the quick. Some of them blackened at the edges, and the fingers themselves did not bend in agreement. One hooked slightly inward, another laid too straight, a third pressed at a different angle entirely, the joints refusing the same pattern as the others. Black grime sat deep in the creases and around the nails. Not soil exactly, darker and more caked than that. For one hideous second, the palm remained there, and I could see moisture flattening against the glass around the pads of the fingers. Then the pale, cloudy eye rose into the top edge of the window frame. I jammed the key the rest of the way in and turned it. The engine caught on the second crank, coughing once before the van roared awake. I slammed the gear shift into reverse and stomped the gas. The van lurched backward harder than the ground could support. One tire bit. The other slid. The rear end fishtailed and dropped sideways into the ditch line with a jarring crunch that threw me into the door. Mud and black water sprayed up in both mirrors. The hand vanished from the window. Something thudded once against the outside rear panel. I didn't even fully process the ditch. I slammed it into drive and hit the gas again. The front tires spun, caught, then launched forward. The van surged out of the rut crooked, plowing through the shallow edge of the yard instead of taking the driveway clean. The passenger side clipped the porch post with a violent wooden crack that I felt through the steering column more than heard. The whole van shuddered. Something tore free outside with a shriek of metal and plastic. The passenger mirror disappeared. I saw it happen only as a flash, a shape spinning away in the headlight wash and then gone under mud. The van's right front tire hit broken gravel. The rear swung out. I overcorrected. The shelves in the back slammed their contents side to side. Gravel and mud spat from under the tires in long, dirty fans. As the van whipped across the front of the house, the headlights swung full over the second story. The upstairs window, one of the unboarded ones, lit up for less than a second. 3 faces were looking out. I know how that sounds. I know memory can stack shadows into faces after the fact. I know curtains and broken glass and TV flicker can create things a terrified brain is eager to finish. I have told myself all of that more times than I can count. But there were faces. 3 of them. One low and narrow. One pale and half hidden. One dead center in the glass with a shape and posture I recognized before my mind had language for it. One of them looked like Marlene Vale from the recliner. Not alive. Not standing in any clean, normal way. Just there in the window at the instant my lights found it. The collapsed face and thin, clinging hair and pale shape of the jaw visible enough to drop ice through my whole body. Then the van swung again and the window vanished behind me. I hit the end of the driveway too fast, bottomed out once where broken asphalt met mud, and nearly lost the road entirely. The steering wheel fought me in wet jerks. The wipers smeared more than they cleared because the windshield was suddenly striped with mud from the ditch. I slapped the washer fluid lever blindly and only made the mess thinner. But I was moving. That was the whole universe then. Move. Don't stop. Don't stall. Don't look back too long. I hit Cinder Road at an angle, tires hopping once across the broken edge before finding the old asphalt patches again. The van slewed left, corrected, and tore forward between the black walls of pines. Branches scraped the roof in fast succession. Reflective markers flashed and disappeared. My own breath sounded harsh and wet in the cab. I told myself, very loudly in my head, that nothing could keep pace with a moving vehicle on a road like that. That once I was out, I was out. That human bodies, even wrong ones, even whatever I had seen in that house, did not glide through mud and pines and marsh faster than an engine. Then I saw movement between the trees on my right. Not clear. Never clear enough. Just a pacing dark shape keeping with the van for several beats between the trunks where the headlights reached in broken slices. Too tall to be a dog. Too level in the shoulders to be deer. It vanished when the road bent and appeared again farther ahead. Impossible or almost impossible. then was gone behind brush. I kept driving anyway. Chapter 4. The Thing in the Hall. I drove like the road behind me was on fire. There wasn't any skill to it. People like to imagine that terror sharpens you, that every sense comes online and your hands suddenly know what to do. Sometimes, maybe that's true. What it did to me was narrower and uglier. It stripped my thinking down to distance, traction, and escape. I wasn't planning turns so much as surviving them one by one, forcing the van down Cinder Road at a speed that felt both reckless and nowhere near fast enough. Standing water filled the broken sections of asphalt, and every time I hit one at speed, the rear of the van fishtailed just enough to make my stomach drop. The tires would catch, break loose, catch again. Mud rattled up into the wheel wells. The back shelves slammed and shuddered with each correction. Plastic bins and insulated totes knocking into one another like somebody trapped in the cargo space was trying doors at random. Branches struck both sides of the van in frantic runs, not the occasional scrape I'd heard on the way in. These came fast and overlapping now, hard enough in places to sound deliberate. Needles hissed across metal. Twigs snapped against the windows. Once a heavier limb raked the roof from front to back with a drawn-out tearing sound that made me duck even though I knew nothing was coming through. The missing passenger mirror had opened a new source of noise too. Wind and freezing mist hit the bare mounting point and whistled there in a high, thin shriek whenever I pushed the van over 40. The work phone started ringing almost at once. It buzzed on the dash, screen lighting the cab green-white in short spasms while I gripped the wheel hard enough that my forearms were shaking. The caller ID flashed the dispatch line first, then the recipient number, then dispatch again. I saw all of it in the edges of my vision and could not make myself touch the device. I knew, rationally, what it could have been. Darlene checking status, the customer number redialing, a line caught in some loop because bad signal and county routing don't play nice out there. Any of those explanations should have been enough for me to answer. They weren't. Every time the phone lit up, all I could think of was the flip phone buzzing beside Marlene Vale's chair and my company number glowing on the screen like the house had its own place in our call log. So I let it ring, then ring again, then again. The windshield started fogging from the inside. At first it was only a film at the edges where my breath and the van's lukewarm heat met the freezing air on the other side of the glass. I cranked the defrost higher and got more noise, more stale blower smell, not much more visibility. Within seconds, the fog pushed inward in thin veils from both corners. I swore and leaned forward, trying to peer through the clear center band the wipers were buying me. Cinder Road kept rushing at me in broken strips, water, black asphalt, reflector, trunk, dark. I took one hand off the wheel long enough to wipe the inside of the windshield with the heel of my palm. The smear it left was darker than it should have been. At first I thought I'd transferred mud there from the ditch. Then the smell reached me. Metallic. Not sharp like fresh pennies exactly, but close enough that the comparison landed immediately. Copper, damp cloth, something faintly sweet under it. I looked at my hand and remembered the tacky brown-black residue from the hall wall. In the panic of getting out, I had smeared some of that across the inside of the glass. My stomach tightened so hard it hurt. I wiped the spot again on my jeans without taking my eyes fully off the road and only spread it thinner. The windshield now held a diagonal brownish drag through the fogged center, where the wipers couldn't touch it from the outside. For the next half mile, I kept driving through that stain, the road breaking around it like I was looking through somebody else's memory. The phone kept ringing. Then something thumped once against the rear doors from inside the cargo area. Not the side shelves this time. Not the normal rattle of bins sliding. A single heavy impact against the back doors. I almost put the van into the reeds. The steering wheel jerked in my hands as I flinched toward the shoulder. One tire went soft in the mud at the road edge. The van listed, corrected, and slammed back onto the broken asphalt hard enough to make the suspension groan. The rear compartment erupted in a follow-up crash of plastic and metal as whatever had shifted back there rolled into something else. Bins, I heard myself say out loud. It's the bins. Just the bins. I said it again because saying it once hadn't made it true enough. The road curved shallowly between pines and marsh scrub. My headlights picked out one reflector, then another, then the broken angle of a fence post. The movement I thought I'd seen pacing me between the trees was gone now, or else I'd lost the angle for it. That should have been reassuring. It wasn't. Not seeing something is not the same as knowing it isn't there. The work phone finally stopped. For maybe 5 seconds, all I heard was the van, the branches, my breathing, and the wet road passing under me in unstable stripes. Then the dispatch radio crackled. Not the phone, the actual route radio channel built into the tablet mount. The one we mostly used when cell signal went dirty and somebody needed quick status updates. It kicked to life in a burst of static loud enough to make me jerk my head. Mercer, Evan, you copy, Darlene. Even through the interference and road noise, I knew her voice immediately. I fumbled for the talk button and almost hit the tablet instead. Yeah, my own voice came out wrecked. Too thin, too fast, more static. Then Darlene again. Did you make the handoff? I laughed once. Not because anything was funny, but because the question was too normal to survive contact with what had happened. It came out sounding like a cough. What's wrong? She asked immediately. Evan, what's wrong? The radio hissed so badly I wasn't sure how much she heard. I started. And then the signal chewed the sentence apart. Say again. The van fishtailed through another black stretch of standing water. I corrected late and felt the rear end float sideways before the tires bit again. My shoulder hit the door. The missing mirror mount screamed in the wind. There's something in that house, I said, too loud. She's dead. She's dead in the chair. Silence. Not true silence. Static still lived there. The van still shook and hissed and complained. But on the other end of the radio, Darlene gave me nothing for one full beat. Then what do you mean dead? She's dead. The words felt stupid as soon as I said them. Small and useless against the reality of the room. Dead, how dead for how long? Dead while talking to me, dead while her voice came from down the hall. Language had already failed the event. Evan, Darlene said. Sharper now. Pull over if you're not safe to drive. I'm not pulling over. What happened? The signal clipped and tore. I caught half her words, lost the rest. You hurt, where are you now? Answer me. I pressed the talk button too hard. I'm leaving. More static. Then, very faintly, as if she'd turned her head from the radio to say something to someone else in the room with her mica. Check, the rest vanished. The road narrowed ahead into a bend I barely remembered from the way in. One side crowded with brush, the other dropping into dark ditch water and reeds. A single reflector post stood at the outside of the turn, catching my headlights early, and beside it, just beyond the post, was a figure. Tall, fixed, waiting. Every muscle in my body locked so hard I felt the pain of it in my jaw. For the length of one breath, I thought the porch figure had somehow gotten ahead of me and was standing there at the bend, angled toward the road like it had been waiting for my headlights to find it. The shape had the same vertical wrongness, the same impression of layered cloth hanging from a narrow frame. I must have made some sound because I remember hearing it in the cab, a raw little sucked-in noise. Then I was on top of the bend and the headlights hit it clean. It wasn't standing. It was tied there. A scarecrow-like bundle lashed to the reflector post and the broken fence wire behind it. The body shape built from sticks or bundled brush or old clothes stuffed into themselves. Except it wasn't dressed in work clothes or flannel or overalls the way any sane scarecrow would be. It was wearing a hospital gown. The gown hung open at the back and snapped wetly in the wind of the van's passing. Blue pattern on white, thin cotton, one sleeve empty and flailing, the other pinned by the lashings. Something pale and stringy hung from the neck like tubing or torn fabric strips. No head I could clearly identify, just a bundled upper shape wrapped in dark plastic or soaked cloth. I did not slow down. The image was gone in my rear vision almost as soon as it had formed, but it sat in my head with horrible clarity anyway. Somebody or something had dressed a roadside marker in a patient's gown and left it facing the road like a witness or a warning. Or maybe it had always been there, and I hadn't seen it on the way in. I don't know which possibility is worse. The radio crackled one last time. "Evan, answer me. I'm on the road." "Did you leave the package?" I looked ahead and said nothing, because I genuinely did not know. The insulated cooler had hit the thing in the hall and fallen. Then I had run. Maybe I had left it on the floor. Maybe it had burst open. Maybe something in the scramble had thrown it onto the porch. I could not picture the final position of it clearly. Only the impact and the cold pack sliding out. "Evan, I don't know." That got me another full second of silence. Then the radio died again. At some point after that, maybe a mile, maybe less, the road began giving itself back to the county. The pines loosened. The asphalt smoothed enough to stop punching the suspension in the spine. The ditches widened. Reflector posts gave way to proper road signs. Even the darkness changed quality. It no longer felt gathered close around the van. It retreated to the normal edges where night belongs. My phone signal bars climbed back from 1 to 2 to 3. The route tablet, which had been freezing and redrawing half the drive in, suddenly stabilized. The map zoomed itself out a fraction, and the little van icon snapped cleanly onto the county road line, as if relieved to be somewhere it trusted. I was still breathing like I'd run a mile. Mud striped the windshield. The smear from my hand still dragged copper brown through the glass. My jeans were wet to the knee from the ditch and sticky at the thigh where I'd wiped the wall residue. My right palm had begun to dry with that same tight, dirty feeling you get when something not meant for skin has been left there too long. Then the tablet chimed. One clean system note. I glanced at it automatically. The delivery status had changed. Not attempted, not delayed, not returned to depot. Signed/received. For a second, I thought my eyes were skipping over the words, making them into something else because adrenaline had turned all reading into guesswork. I looked again. Same result. The route was closed out on that stop. My heart did something painful and irregular against my ribs. I had never gotten a signature. I had never handed the medication to anyone alive. I had certainly not stood in that hall while voices used other people's mouths and completed the handoff. but the system said I had. My thumb shook against the screen as I tapped into the delivery record. The details loaded in a neat, bland courier interface I had seen 1,000 times before timestamp. Location pin, cold chain acknowledged, recipient signature field. In that signature field was not a name, not even a scribble pretending to be one. It was a smiley face, 2 dots and a crooked curved mouth, drawn with the unsteady pressure of a child's finger across a digital screen. Chapter 5. What the depot already knew. I don't remember most of the drive back in any sequence I'd swear to. I know I made the main road because the lane markers got wider and the shoulders stopped trying to swallow the van. I know I passed at least one gas station still open, because I have a vague memory of fluorescent light on wet pavement, and a man in a hooded sweatshirt pumping gas under the canopy, like the rest of the world was still functioning. I know I never once seriously considered stopping, even though I should have. Because every time I took my foot off the gas for more than a second, it felt like I was making room for something to catch up. Memory gets narrow after a certain kind of fear. What I brought back with me was not a clean timeline, but fragments. My own breathing, too loud in the cab. The rote tablet glowing with that impossible signed/received status. The childish smiley face in the signature field. The brown smear across the inside of the windshield that still smelled faintly metallic every time the heater pushed warm air over it. My right hand sticky on the steering wheel where I hadn't cleaned it well enough. The conviction, deep enough to feel like instinct, that if I looked in the rearview mirror for too long, I would see something I couldn't survive seeing twice. By the time I turned into the depot lot, the freezing rain had thinned to a wet mist. The industrial strip looked dead in the way all work zones do after midnight. The tire warehouse next door was dark. The plumbing supplier's lot sat empty behind chain link and sodium lights. Water ran in black ribbons along the cracked asphalt and pooled in the potholes by the loading bay. The depot's front windows were still lit, yellow-white against the night, making the inside look smaller and more temporary than it had at the start of shift. I parked crooked and left the engine running for a few seconds because my hands had locked around the wheel. When I finally let go, the skin of my palms hurt. My right hand especially. The tacky residue from the hall wall had dried in the creases and under 2 fingernails despite all the wiping I'd done on my jeans. My knuckles were scraped where I must have hit the porch rail or the door frame during the run. My sleeve had a dark streak halfway up it, and there were flakes of cooler gel dried across the front of my jacket where the insulated bag had struck or burst against something. Mud had dried in a rough fan over both knees and up one thigh. My mouth tasted like vomit even though I hadn't actually thrown up, just swallowed it back 3 or 4 times on the drive. I killed the engine, opened the door, and nearly stumbled getting out. The cold air in the lot should have helped. It didn't. The smell from the house had worked itself into my clothes. Wet rot and copper and old fabric damp sat underneath the rain and road odor. Close enough to my skin that stepping out of the van only changed the temperature of it, not the fact. The front office door stuck a little in the frame like always. I hit it with my shoulder harder than necessary and went in still carrying the scanner by its strap because I had apparently forgotten how objects worked. Darlene looked up first. I remember that clearly. She had been half-turned toward Micah's monitor, one hand braced on the desk, reading glasses low on her nose. The second she saw me, her face changed not dramatically, not with a gasp or some theatrical recoil, just a quick draining of color under the skin, the kind that happens before a person's expression catches up with their body. Micah swiveled next, took one look at me, and stood up too fast. "What the hell happened to you?" I tried to answer and got everything wrong in the first breath. She's dead, I said. The woman's dead, in the chair. There's a thing in the house. It was on the porch. There were voices. The room took that in and failed to organize it. Micah stared like I'd started speaking another language halfway through a sentence. Darlene did not move for one beat too long, which mattered more than anything Micah did. If she had rolled her eyes, told me to sit down, asked whether I'd hit a deer, maybe some version of my mind would have grabbed onto that and calmed enough to pretend I was overreacting. She didn't dismiss me. That was the first real proof I got, outside the house, that the night had not belonged to me alone. Micah was the one who filled the silence. "Did you wreck?" he asked, voice going up at the edges. "Did somebody jump you? What happened? I put the scanner down so hard it bounced on the counter." "Dead woman," I said again, because language had not improved. "In the living room, in the chair. She's dead and there's something there," and it used her voice. Micah glanced at Darlene with a quick, helpless little laugh that died immediately. "Okay. Hey. Okay. Sit down, man." Darlene ignored him. She asked, very calmly, "What address?" I looked at her. "Exact address," she repeated. The fact that she went there first, before asking if I was hurt, before asking about the van, before doing anything normal, hit me almost as hard as the house had. "Cinder Road," I said. My mouth felt stiff and dirty around the words. The Vale delivery. End of the road. Farmhouse. Darlene swore under her breath. Not loud, not some big shocked exclamation, just one hard-clipped curse spoken downward, like she'd been handed a number she had feared seeing. Micah blinked. What Darlene turned to me again. "Did you go inside?" There are questions that sound neutral and still carry a whole hidden structure inside them. That was one. If she had asked, "Did you knock? Did you see someone? Did you make contact?" Any of those would have felt like normal troubleshooting. "Did you go inside?" came loaded with something else. "Yes," I said. She went visibly paler, not at the mention of the corpse, not at thing on the porch, not at voices, at yes, at the fact that I had gone inside. Micah looked between us again, confused enough now to start getting scared in the practical way people do when they don't understand the rules of a room anymore. "What do you mean?" Inside, I turned on him harder than I meant to. I mean inside the goddamn house. "All right," he said, palms lifting a little. "All right." Darlene came around the desk then and stopped just short of me like she wasn't sure whether she wanted to touch my jacket. "You said she was dead, in the chair." I said, "Watching TV, or facing it. I don't know." She was. The image hit me too fast and my throat closed again. She was there. She was dead. And the voice from deeper in the house. I could hear how insane I sounded. Not in some abstract dignity-preserving way. I mean literally hearing the sentences leave my mouth and knowing how they would land in any ordinary setting: overtired driver, bad road, old house, panic spiral. I sounded like every man who has ever come back from rural dark and tried to explain to a fluorescent room that something on the map had not stayed where the map put it. Micah looked me over more carefully then. And because Micah was 22 and had a brain built for tangible causes, he did what people do when something frightening enters a room through the wrong door. He looked for a physical explanation. "You hit your head, no. You sure, yes. You smell," like he stopped. "I didn't help him," Darlene said. "Let's look at the van." We went back outside together. The cold lot air hit me again. and this time the night seemed too open after the house. The depot security lights made the van look stripped and exposed. White panel sides, road grime, black windows, company decal on the driver's door, and on the passenger side where the mirror should have been. Only the jagged mounting stub and torn wiring hanging damp against the door. Micah let out a low whistle. Jesus. The whole right side of the van was splashed in mud up to the windows. The front quarter panel had a long streak of scraped wood across it from clipping the porch post. Pale splinters still caught in the edge of the metal. The missing mirror had left the side feeling visually wrong, unfinished. Near the passenger window, just behind where the mirror had been, a long hand-shaped smear marked the glass. Not a perfect print, a dragged one. The heel of a palm near the center, then a downward slip of fingers that had pulled slightly toward the edge before losing contact. Rain had thinned it, but not erased it. In the lot lights, it looked dark brown or black, glossy where still wet. Micah leaned closer and immediately gave it the first explanation available. Mud. I said nothing. Darlene said nothing. That mattered too. If it had just been a smear on a work vehicle after a ditch slide, Darlene would have said so. She had spent years in logistics and had probably seen every kind of farm mud, engine grime, and road splash imaginable on company paint and glass. She stood there looking at that hand-shaped drag on the passenger window with her jaw set hard enough to show at the hinge, and did not offer a single sensible explanation. Micah straightened and looked at me again, but differently now. Not convinced, just no longer entirely comfortable in disbelief. You said something was on the porch, he said. It followed me inside. He stared. I threw the cooler at it. The med bag, he asked reflexively, still trying to anchor the conversation to inventory. Yes, the med bag. A strange, hollow silence settled over the lot then. No traffic passed on the frontage road. Somewhere farther down the industrial strip, a loose sheet of metal banged once and went still. The van engine ticked as it cooled. The rain made tiny sounds on the roof and hood like fingers tapping far away. I looked at Darlene because by then she had stopped feeling like dispatch and started feeling like the only person in the building who might already know I wasn't inventing this. "Who is Marlene Vale?" I asked. Darlene took a breath that looked painful. Then she said, "She was supposed to have been dead since October." Chapter 5. What the depot already knew. We went back inside because the cold had stopped helping, and because none of us wanted to keep talking in the parking lot beside the van. The dispatch room looked exactly the same as it had 20 minutes earlier, which somehow made it worse. Same bad fluorescent lights, same coffee gone stale on the burner in the brake nook, same stacks of route folders, scanner cradles, laminated policy sheets curling at the corners, highlighters in a mug with the company logo worn half off. The ordinary shape of the room had not adjusted itself even slightly to what I had brought into it. That always seems to happen after something awful. The world keeps its cheap office carpeting and humming ceiling vents and asks you to continue speaking in complete sentences. Micah dropped into his chair and started pulling up route records with the jerky speed of somebody trying to outrun what's being said aloud. Darlene stayed standing for a moment with both hands on the back of her chair, looking not at me, but at the middle distance over my shoulder. "What I heard," she said finally, "was secondhand." I was still standing too. Sitting felt impossible. I had one hand braced on the counter because I didn't entirely trust my knees. "What did you hear?" She glanced once at Micah, then back to me. Sheriff's welfare check, sometime in October. Maybe late October. Her voice had gone flatter than usual, all the cigarette roughness pulled tight into control. Pharmacy had trouble reaching her. A neighbor or two hadn't seen her in a while. Missed pickups, missed calls. Somebody flagged it. Sheriff went out. To Cinder Road. Yes. And Darlene swallowed once. Marlene Vale was found deceased in the house. The wording hit me almost as hard as the statement itself. Not they found her dead, which would have sounded like human speech. Found deceased, as though death in that house had already passed through enough paperwork to lose the shape of a body. What do you mean found, I asked. Because I found her too. Darlene didn't answer immediately. House was flagged for probate, she said instead, and condemnation review, from what I heard. Utilities status uncertain. Structural concerns. Adult protective had been involved at some point before that. I think. But don't quote me. Then why? I said, too loud. Did you send me there? Micah flinched without turning around. Darlene didn't. We did not knowingly send you to a dead customer profile, she said. That is exactly what happened. I know what happened. No, you don't. That came out sharper than I intended. But by then, anger was the only thing keeping the fear from taking over the room. Fear had too many directions. Anger gave me somewhere to put my weight. Micah raised one hand without looking away from the monitor. Okay. Let me pull the root history first. Darlene moved around her chair and picked up the landline handset from the side desk, then set it back down without dialing. Her face had gone into that administrative calm some people wear when they are either about to solve a problem or about to fail at it in the most professional way possible. The address should have been removed from active service, she said. That's what we were told. Should have been, yes. That isn't good enough. I know. Micah made a small sound through his teeth. Oh. Neither of us liked that. What I said. He clicked twice, leaned closer, then glanced back at Darlene. The address wasn't just still in there, it was manually restored. That shut the room down for a second. Restored when Darlene asked. Micah checked the audit line. Tonight. I stared at him. By who he scrolled. System says user-level dispatch access. Doesn't show a named login on this screen. Just the access point. He clicked again. Frowned. Somebody reactivated the stop at 10:58 p. I looked at the clock on the wall as if the number might still matter. Then at Darlene. Before you handed it to me. Yes, she said quietly. Micah kept reading. It wasn't just the address either. New urgent medication order got keyed under the existing patient profile. I felt something cold settle behind my ribs that had nothing to do with the weather anymore. What profile Marlene Vale's? How he gave me the look of a person explaining something normal to somebody currently failing to remain normal. Patient records stay in system history. Inactive doesn't mean gone. Somebody tied tonight's order to her existing customer file, Darlene said. Pull the confirmation data. Micah clicked again. The monitor light made him look younger and sicker than usual. Caller confirmed name, DOB, insurance suffix, and prior med chain. I blinked at him. What he confirmed all the profile identifiers, Micah said. Enough to clear the urgent release? Who no caller name on file? Just the incoming number, the same number on her account. He nodded once. That landed with a different kind of horror than the house had. Less immediate. Colder. Whoever or whatever placed that order had not just called in from a dead woman's phone. It had known details: date of birth, insurance info, medication history, the sort of intimate administrative facts no drifter or random prowler would have access to unless they had lived in that house with her, cared for her, gone through her papers, or been close enough for a very long time. Or unless the system itself had stopped caring whether the dead were still using their own records. Darlene picked up the desk phone again and dialed the corporate compliance line from memory. Not emergency services, not the sheriff. Compliance. That choice hit me in the same place everything else already hurt. She gave them the depot ID, the route number, the account reference, and a crisp version of events stripped of every word that would have made it sound insane. Unauthorized address reactivation, deceased customer profile, possible data integrity issue, driver safety concern. She spoke the language of reportable risk. And on the other end, some late-shift corporate voice, tinny through the receiver, but professional as polished stone, spoke back in the same language. I could hear just enough from where I stood. Do not speculate. Preserve all digital logs. Document vehicle damage. Flag the account for internal review. Log the incident before end of shift. If law enforcement contact is deemed appropriate at the local level. The phrase made me so angry, I had to grip the counter harder. Darlene interrupted once to say, "My driver is stating he entered a house where the recipient was visibly deceased." A pause. Then the compliance voice, still calm enough to be inhuman. "Please note exactly what the driver states in the incident summary. But do not enter assumptions regarding time of death or cause." Something in me snapped loose at that. "Assumptions," I said, loud enough that Darlene had to pull the receiver slightly away from her ear. "You people sent me to a dead woman's house." Darlene covered the mouthpiece and gave me a look that was not exactly a warning, more an exhausted acknowledgement that yes, the world was currently insulting enough to justify yelling at it. I pushed on anyway. "You want a log entry? She was dead. In the living room? In the chair? There was a thing in the house using her voice. Write that down." Micah finally turned around fully in his chair. He wasn't skeptical anymore. He just looked trapped between wanting to believe the version of events available on his screen and not being able to reconcile that with the state I was standing in. Darlene ended the compliance call as soon as procedure allowed and set the receiver down more carefully than it deserved. "They said to log it and preserve records," she said. I laughed again, ugly and joyless. Of course they did. For a second, nobody spoke. Then I asked the next question, because once you start forcing reality to explain itself, you don't stop at the point where it clearly can't. Were police called after she died? Yes. Darlene said. Sheriff's Department, from what I heard. Maybe EMS too. I don't know who all rolled out, but yes. And no relatives were found in residence. That phrase again. Not there was nobody else there. Not they didn't find anyone living with her. No relatives were found in residence. I thought of the porch figure. I thought of the voices. I thought of the three shapes on the landing and the dead woman in the upstairs window. What about the car in the driveway, I asked. Darlene frowned. What car? There's a sedan parked at the house. Micah swiveled back to the screen immediately. Searching, Darlene said. No one mentioned a car to me. It's there, I said, sunk into the mud. Expired sticker. Back window taped. Micah shook his head without looking up. Nothing in the comments. No vehicle note on the old welfare check flag. Just address deactivation and legal hold pending probate review. I rubbed one hand over my face and smelled the metallic smear still faint on my skin. Then whose car is it? Neither of them answered. Because neither of them knew. I pushed farther. What about the dog warning? Darlene looked at me blankly for half a second. What dog warning in the route notes? I pointed toward the tablet. If dog is outside, remain in vehicle. Micah pulled that screen back up. We all looked at it. Signature required. Do not leave at mailbox. Do not use side entrance. Recipient hard of hearing knock loud. If dog is outside, remain in vehicle. Micah frowned deeper. That line wasn't added tonight. How old is it? He clicked into note history and waited. The system took its time. No timestamp attached to the original field, he said at last. Legacy import, maybe. Could have been in the account for years. Whose dog? I said. Nothing. No one could tell me. Not a breed. Not a complaint record. Not a family note. Not a single clean piece of context that would make the sentence belong to a living household instead of the one I had walked into. The office had gone very quiet by then. Even the heater noise in the wall unit seemed to have pulled back. Rain ticked against the front windows. Somewhere in the depot back room, a mini fridge compressor kicked on and buzzed steadily. Ordinary sounds. Office sounds. The kind that ought to have restored scale to things. Instead, they made the room feel like one more place where people had been doing paperwork around a hole in reality and calling it procedure. Micah's keyboard started again, faster this time. I'm checking route logs, he said. For what I asked. For the signature event. My stomach turned. He opened the delivery record timeline and leaned in so close his forehead almost touched the monitor. Numbers populated down the right-hand side in neat system font. Dispatch activation. Pickup scan. Chain of custody transfer. Route start. Geofence entry. Then he stopped. But Micah didn't answer right away. He clicked once, then once more as if the same data might improve if approached carefully. Then he looked over his shoulder at me. The signature timestamp, he said. What about it? He looked back at the screen and read with a kind of disbelief that made each word worse. It posted exactly 32 seconds after your geofence entry. I frowned at him, not understanding for half a beat. Meaning what meaning? He said. The system marked that stop as signed 32 seconds after you crossed the threshold point at the house. He swallowed. 32 seconds after you went inside. Chapter 5. What the depot already knew. The room stayed quiet for several seconds after Micah said that. 32 seconds. That number had a shape to it. Not long enough to make sense of the hall. Not long enough to reach the living room, see Marlene Vale in the chair, hear the voices, understand anything, and then somehow complete a delivery like a functioning adult. 32 seconds was entry time, threshold time, the amount of time it takes to step through a front door, call out once, maybe glance down a hall, the kind of time that suggested whatever signed for that package had been waiting right there for me. Micah was still staring at the screen. I could feel my pulse behind my eyes now. My whole body had moved past fear and anger into something flatter and colder. Not calm, just used up enough that every new detail landed cleanly instead of exploding. That can't be right, I said. Micah rubbed his mouth with the side of his hand. It's what the log says, then the log's wrong. Maybe, he said, but without conviction. Darlene had gone back to the desk and was standing with one hand resting on the surface, the other hanging loose by her side. She looked older than she had at the start of the shift. Not physically older exactly, but like some reserve of practical meanness or certainty had been pulled out from under her, leaving only the person who'd had to wear it all these years. She said, "Pull the vehicle trigger log." Micah looked at her. "You want the van file?" "Yes." His hesitation was quick and obvious. "Darlene." The mirror tore off. He hard braked, leaving the property. "There'll be door and impact triggers." Micah didn't move. Darlene's voice sharpened half a degree. "Pull it." Every depot van had a cheap little monitoring unit built into the dash system. Corporate called it a safety feature. Drivers called it a snitch box. It didn't constantly record full video like a police body cam or anything that useful. It buffered short interior and forward-facing clips tied to certain events. Hard braking, impact, abrupt route stops, door openings after geofence entry, panic triggers if somebody hit the right sequence fast enough. Most of the time, the footage was grainy and boring. A driver coughing, a package sliding off a shelf, a raccoon in a pharmacy lot if you got lucky. Micah brought up the van unit panel and filtered for the trip segment on Cinder Road. I stood there watching his screen as if enough concentration could bend the data into something less ugly. 3 event markers came up in a row. Passenger door open. Rapid acceleration/impact. Mirror side collision/hardware disconnect. Micah clicked the first one. The video opened in a little gray-black window no bigger than a postcard. The forward view was mostly useless rain streaks. Headlight flare, porch light haze. The interior camera angle pointed from high near the rear shelf toward the windshield and driver's seat, catching me in profile whenever I leaned forward. The image quality looked like all cheap fleet systems look at night, muddy, compressed, full of smeared color and digital crawling in the shadows. "Can you hear it?" I asked. Micah turned the volume up. At first there was only van noise, wipers, engine idle, the hiss of the defrost. Then me, not speaking at first, just breathing. Harder than I remembered, but not yet panicked. The camera caught my silhouette turning toward the passenger side, then reaching back for the insulated medication bag. My face wasn't clear. The windshield was too wet. The dash light washed me out. The passenger door opened with that familiar sticking pop and suctioned groan. Cold air rushed through the mic. And then, faint but distinct, a woman's voice said, "Come on up, honey." No one in the room moved. It was the same voice I'd heard at the house, thin, old, papery with breath. You could hear distance in it, and dampness, and something else that no cheap depot mic should have picked up as well as it did. It sounded wrong in the same way it had sounded wrong there, not because it was distorted, but because it was too intimate for the space it was in. The clip continued, on screen. I stepped down out of the van with the cooler and clipboard. From the tiny speaker, my own voice came next, clearer than hers because I had been closer to the driver's side mic. Delivery for Miss Vale. Then static hiss from the rain. The porch bulb glared in the windshield, and another voice whispered, very close to the microphone. Close enough that the syllables sounded almost damp against the speaker. "He'll fit." Micah froze over the keyboard. I stopped breathing. The clip did not end there. It ran maybe another second and a half, enough to catch the sound of my boots in the water and the scan unit tapping the van door as I moved away. But nothing after that mattered, because the room had already changed around those 3 words. "He'll fit." I had not heard that at the house, or if I had not understood I'd heard it. I knew that with the same certainty I knew my own name. The porch voice, Marlene's voice, the child's voice, my own voice from upstairs. Those I remembered. But not that whisper. Not right at the van. Not so close to the mic it might as well have been inside the cab with me. Micah was the first one to move. He clicked pause so hard he nearly missed the button. "Nope," he said immediately. Too quick, too defensive. "No, audio corruption. Cross-feed, probably. Rain on the mic. Compression artifact?" No one answered. He tried again. Less certain this time. Could have grabbed some background from later in the file. "Sometimes the buffer overlaps weird," Darlene said. "Don't replay it." Micah looked at her. "We should verify, don't replay it." The way she said it stopped him, not because she outranked him, though technically she did, because fear had entered her voice cleanly enough that even Micah heard it. He leaned back from the monitor. I looked at Darlene properly then, maybe for the first time since getting back. She wasn't skeptical anymore. She wasn't even trying to hold on to skepticism as a performance. She looked scared in a familiar way, and that was worse than if she'd looked shocked. Shock is one event. Familiar fear means precedent. "You've heard things before," I said. It wasn't a question, not really. Darlene's jaw flexed once. "I've heard stories. About that road, about drivers. That's not the same thing." "No," she said quietly. "It isn't." Micah glanced between us. "Darlene." She ignored him. I pressed harder because by then I knew the depot was standing on top of more of this than they'd ever told us. Maybe not knowingly. Maybe not officially. But enough to have built silence around it. What stories? Darlene took her glasses off and set them on the desk. That alone told me she was done pretending the room was normal. "Older drivers used to talk," she said. "Not often, and not in reports. In the lot. On smoke breaks. End of shift when they were trying to make something sound stupid enough not to carry home. Talk about what Cinder Road. A few other roads too, but mostly that one." Micah gave a small, unhappy shake of his head, like he didn't want the information to be real once spoken. Darlene kept going. Missing packages now and then. Bags logged out and never reconciled. Not stolen exactly, because the route records showed them delivered or attempted in ways that didn't match the driver's statement. Strange callback logs from dead accounts or inactive patient numbers. A handful of addresses drivers flatly refused after one run and never properly explained why. I said, "And you let people keep going there." "We didn't have enough to make a case out of it." I laughed, ugly again. "You had enough for rumors." "That's what I thought they were," she said. But her face said otherwise. I waited. She looked down once, then back up at me. "There was one guy," she said. "Before Micah, before you, maybe 3 years ago. Name was Ellis, good driver. Not dramatic. Army Reserve type. Barely talked unless he had to. He took a late private handoff out near the marsh roads and came back white as drywall. Said the delivery line called him back while he was driving, and when he answered, he heard his brother." I frowned. "His brother was dead," she said. The room seemed to narrow around that sentence. "What happened?" "He quit 2 days later. That's it. He wouldn't tell the full story. Just that he heard his brother's voice on the line, calling him by a childhood nickname nobody at work knew. He said it sounded like the voice was trying to remember how to be him while it was speaking." She swallowed once. I thought he was overtired, or lying, or looking for an excuse to walk. "But you remembered it?" Yes. I realized then that the depot hadn't known the shape of the thing. Not fully. They hadn't had a secret file labeled haunted addresses or a conspiracy of dispatchers feeding drivers to the marsh. What they had was worse in a smaller American way, a workplace accumulation of almost events. Stories not serious enough to formalize, too serious to forget, missing inventory, dead account calls, weird route notes, one driver quitting, another refusing a road, all of it breaking apart into gossip, because gossip was easier than confronting the possibility that some places simply did not behave. You all heard versions of this, I said. Darlene did not deny it. We heard enough to treat some roads carefully, she said. Not enough to prove anything. Carefully, I repeated. Micah shifted in his chair and said, almost to himself, "This is insane." No one disagreed. I suddenly remembered my personal phone, not the work phone on the dash, my own phone, the one still in my jacket pocket. Silent all this time because I hadn't had room in my head for anything not tied to the route. I took it out. The screen lit under my thumb. No missed calls from anyone I cared about. No texts. One voicemail. Time-stamped at 11:58 p. I stared at the number a moment before it meant anything. That would have put it while I was inside the house. My mouth went dry. What Micah asked. I didn't answer. I just opened the voicemail and hit play with the volume low enough that only the three of us could hear. For 13 seconds, there was nothing. No breathing, no static, no pocket rustle, just dead silence. The kind that feels less like absence and more like a room waiting to decide whether you belong in it. Then my own voice whispered, "Don't leave me in here." The message ended. No number attached. No caller display. Just a system-stamped voicemail delivered to my phone while I was standing in Marlene Vale's house listening to other people's voices move through the rooms. Micah pushed back from the desk so hard his chair wheels chirped on the floor. Darlene didn't move at all. I stared at my own phone in my own hand and felt the last stable edge of the night go out from under me. Because now it wasn't just a question of what I had seen, or what the route system had logged, or what the van mic had captured. Now I had to contend with something even worse. I was no longer sure which sounds I had actually heard in that house, and which ones had been placed into me afterward. Chapter 6. I should have let it end there. I did not sleep the first night. That sounds dramatic when written down, like the kind of line people use to make a story feel heavier than it was. What I mean is simpler and worse. I lay down. I closed my eyes. I even drifted a few times into that thin, ugly edge state where your body jerks because it knows your brain has started to let go. But every time I got close to actual sleep, something in me pulled hard in the other direction. Like the part of my mind that normally shuts doors at night had decided it couldn't do that safely anymore. I left every light on in the apartment. Kitchen light, bathroom light, the lamp by the bed, even the weak overhead above the sink that buzzed when it had been on too long. The place looked pathetic lit up like that, smaller than ever, every cheap flaw exposed. The stained ceiling over the shower, the seam in the linoleum by the fridge, the stack of unopened grocery store coupons under the toaster. But darkness felt like a thing with intent after Cinder Road, and I couldn't stand the idea of any room in that apartment going fully black while I was inside it. The television stayed on too, muted, because I found out around 3 a.m. that silence was worse. When everything in the apartment settled down enough, I started hearing things. Not big things. That was the problem. If I'd heard footsteps crossing the kitchen or somebody breathing outside the bathroom door, I could have called the cops or packed a bag or at least known what category of fear I was dealing with. Instead, it was little sounds, ordinary sounds, each one just wrong enough to wake up everything Cinder Road had left in me. A boot scuff in the hallway outside my apartment door, even though when I looked through the peephole the hall was empty and the motion light at the far end was dark. A phone buzz I would swear came from the nightstand, only to find my screen black and no missed calls when I grabbed it. The radiator giving one of its normal old building pops, and my body hearing a voice in it before my mind caught up. Once I sat all the way up in bed because I thought I heard the front door of the bait shop downstairs open and close. I stood there in socks, listening, and realized after a full minute that what I was hearing was the freezer compressor cycling on in the shop below me. That was how those 3 days went. Not with visions, not with grand supernatural set pieces, with attrition, with my own nerves taking every small household sound and feeding it through the new shape fear had cut into me. I tried washing the jacket the next morning. Actually, that's not true. I tried at noon, after finally giving up on sleep somewhere around sunrise and sitting in a diner booth across town staring at eggs I couldn't eat. I took the jacket and jeans to the laundromat near the highway because I couldn't stand the smell in my apartment anymore. The machines there always smelled like bleach and old soap and overheated metal. And I remember standing under the fluorescent lights while the washer churned and thinking maybe that would be enough. Hot water, detergent, the clean mechanical violence of a spin cycle, something ordinary and American and reliable. The jacket came out warm and wet and still carried it. Not full strength, not the whole layered house smell in one intact wave, but enough. Enough damp attic. Enough copper-sweet rot buried low in the fabric at the collar and cuffs that when I lifted it to my face, hoping to prove myself wrong, my stomach turned anyway. I threw it in the trunk of my car after that and left it there with the windows cracked, like a problem weather might solve if I refused to make it mine. It didn't. By the second day, not sleeping had turned into researching, which I think is how a lot of people like me pretend they're staying rational while they're actually sliding into obsession. I told myself I just needed clarity, facts, a timeline that made the impossible smaller by placing it inside paperwork. If I could find out what had happened at that house in October, what had really happened, not what had come to the depot in fragments, then maybe I could put some edge around the thing I'd walked into. So I started pulling records. Public records first, because those are easy. Property databases, county tax listings, probate notices, obituary archives, old local paper blurbs hidden behind terrible search functions, and half-broken newspaper websites that still looked like 2009. I sat at my little table under the kitchen light with my laptop open and coffee going cold beside me while the apartment heater clanked and every now and then made me jump. Marlene Vale turned out to have been exactly the kind of person who slips quietly through a county system until something finally jams. Widow. That came up first. Her husband, Ronald Vale, had died 8 years earlier, according to a short funeral home obituary with a photo so grainy I could barely make out his face. Former waterman. Volunteer fire department in the 70s. Survived by wife Marlene. 1 daughter, 1 grandson. The daughter's name appeared there and then almost nowhere else. After that, the record trail around her thinned out into the kind of blank space that could mean a lot of things in small counties moved away. Married, lost contact, got herself out on purpose. The grandson showed up in local records in a way that made more immediate sense. Juvenile trouble, shoplifting at 14, possession charge at 16, a short mention in a county court summary about placement with a grandparent after family instability. No names in that file, but the age and location lined up. Then nothing for 3 years. The property itself was a mess. Tax arrears, probate hold, at least one utility line. A notice of structural concern filed after a storm season 2 years back and apparently never meaningfully followed through. The county database described the parcel in the dry language all official systems use when they are tired of people's single-family dwelling: detached outbuilding, marsh exposure, roadway access limited, roadway access limited. That made me laugh once, alone in my apartment, hard enough that it almost became something else. I found one older reference that interested me more than the rest. Not in any paranormal forum or ghost hunter nonsense, God knows I avoided those on principle. It showed up in an archived county planning document from the 90s, and then again in a local history thread on a fishing board, where old men argued about washed-out roads and dredging rights. Before it was mostly just called Cinder Road, that stretch had been referred to locally as the Cinders, not capitalized like a legend. Just the Cinders, a place name in the old practical sense. Past the cinders, out by the cinders. It seemed to have come from a mix of reasons that all sounded mundane enough on their own old shell fill and burned material used to shore up the road decades ago. A structure fire, or maybe more than one. Sinkage where the marsh kept eating the shoulders. Stretches of land people abandoned because building back out there cost more than the property was worth. The disappearances came up only in the sideways way. Local history often holds things it doesn't want to examine directly. Not a list, not a curse, just lines in unrelated conversations. Somebody's uncle who never came back from drinking out there. A missing dog. A teenager who ran off in the 80s and whose truck was later found near a back cut by the marsh. The kind of details communities collect and file under sad rather than impossible. That made it worse. Not better. Because nothing I found online supported a supernatural story. No witch road nonsense. No curse. No Skinwalker. No local cryptid lore for tourists. Just a road with bad geography, old fire damage, neglected houses, and enough disappearances and near disappearances over time that sensible people had learned not to like it. The more I read, the more one question kept working its way back to the front. If Marlene Vale had been found dead in October, why was she still in the chair? I stared at that question for long stretches without typing it anywhere, because writing it down would have made it feel like a line from a police report. And it wasn't. It was a wound in the logic of the whole thing. There were only a few possibilities I could come up with, and all of them were bad. The welfare check story had been incomplete or wrong, and nobody had actually entered the house far enough to find her, despite what filtered back to the depot, or somebody had found her and removed her. Then somehow she ended up back there, which made no sense unless you were already so far outside normal explanations that the sentence itself felt stupid. Or the official story had been cleaned up on purpose, not necessarily as part of some grand conspiracy, just the quieter American kind of cover-up, where paperwork settles around a dangerous truth because nobody wants the liability, the headlines, the responsibility, or the cost of admitting what they didn't handle properly. I started thinking maybe the sheriff's people had never fully gone inside. Maybe they got to the porch and saw enough, smelled enough, heard enough, and wrote the rest from assumption. Maybe somebody logged a welfare check closure from the yard because the alternative was harder. Maybe the house had already been doing what it did by then, And whatever version of reality got filed afterward was just the version bureaucracies can survive. By the third day, I knew I should stop. I knew that in the very plain bodily sense, you know things that are bad for you. My hands shook when I went too long without food. My eyes felt hot and sandy from lack of sleep. I had started checking the hallway outside my apartment every time the floorboards in the building shifted. Not because I expected to find anything, but because not checking had become harder than checking. I was drinking too much coffee and tasting nothing. The television stayed on mute in the background while I worked, because I had developed a superstitious hatred of hearing voices from another room. And still, I kept going, because I couldn't make my mind accept the version of the story where I simply returned to work paperwork, let compliance file their report, and spent the next 10 years pretending my only mistake had been taking a bad late-night route. By that afternoon, I had one new name written on the notepad beside my laptop. Ron Haskins, retired deputy, mentioned in an old county pension notice and then in the comments of a local article about marsh rescues. It took me another hour to confirm he'd been one of the deputies attached to welfare and property response out west of town years earlier. Not definitive. Just enough overlap and road references that I felt the click of possibility. He had handled calls out there. Maybe not Marlene Vales specifically. Maybe yes. Either way, he was the first real person I had found who might tell me something that had not already been cleaned into official language. I sat in my apartment with the lights still on, though it wasn't dark yet, listening to the radiator tick and the muted TV flash weather maps against the wall, and understood that I had passed the point where a healthy person walks away. Then I picked up my phone and decided to find the retired deputy who had handled old calls on Cinder Road. Chapter 6. I should have let it end. There I met Ron Haskins at a diner off Route 50 that looked exactly like the sort of place retired deputies go when they don't want to be bothered and also don't want to sit at home with whatever followed them out of the job. It was attached to a gas station and faced the highway with one long row of front windows browned by old nicotine and road dust. The sign out front had once promised homemade pie in cheerful red script, but two of the letters were dead. So from the road it looked like the place specialized in homema e pie. Inside, the booths were cracked. The coffee was hot enough to hurt you, and the whole room smelled like fryer oil, disinfectant, and old weather carried in on people's coats. I got there early because I hadn't slept, and because after 3 days of reading county scraps and old records, I had built the meeting up in my head enough that being late felt like wasting the only thread I'd found. Ron came in 10 minutes after the time he'd agreed to over the phone. He was bigger than I expected, though age had settled him downward. Not fat exactly, just built from the sort of frame that had once worn weight and a duty belt easily, and now carried old injuries in the shoulders. Late 60s maybe. Gray hair cut short without much interest. Thick neck. One eye slightly narrower than the other in a way that made him look permanently unconvinced by whatever he was looking at. He spotted me immediately, because I was the only person in the place scanning every old man who came through the door, like I expected one of them to know why I hadn't been sleeping. He slid into the booth across from me and kept his jacket on. "You Mercer?" "Yeah." He nodded once, glanced at my untouched coffee, then at my face, which must have looked worse than I thought, because his expression shifted into the kind of polite wariness older men reserve for people they suspect are either unstable or about to make them regret their afternoon. "I got about 20 minutes, he said. His voice was flat and local and tired in a way I trusted more than if he'd come in eager to tell stories. This wasn't a man waiting to unload legend. This was a man who had spent enough years around trouble to resent people who romanticized it. "I appreciate you meeting me." He grunted like appreciation was not a currency he needed. The waitress came by and he ordered coffee without looking at the menu. When she left, he folded his hands once on the table and said, "You said on the phone this was about an old property call, Cinder Road." Nothing happened to his face at first. That in itself told me something. The name didn't confuse him. He didn't ask where that was, or which end, or whose place. He knew it immediately and was choosing what to do with the knowledge. "I'm not active anymore," he said. "If you're looking for an official statement, call the county." "I'm not." "Then what are you looking for?" The easy answer would have been truth, but nobody says that out loud when they still want to be taken seriously. "I got sent to a delivery out there 3 nights ago." I said. The address was under Marlene Vale. That did it. The color didn't leave his face dramatically. It drained in the practical way blood leaves an old scar when you press it. His gaze shifted a fraction off me, not evasive, just gone elsewhere for half a second. He sat back in the booth as if some part of his body had already decided this conversation was now heavier than the table between us. "You should have led with that," he said. "I didn't know if you'd hang up." He looked back at me. "You went to that house, yes." He exhaled once through his nose. No anger in it. Just something like disgust at the shape of cause and effect. "And you came back." "That wasn't a compliment," I said. "What does that mean?" Ron reached for the sugar caddy. Not because he wanted sugar, but because his hand needed somewhere to go. He rolled one packet between his fingers, set it down, then said, "It means you shouldn't have." The waitress brought his coffee. He waited until she moved off before saying anything else. "At first," he said, "I'm going to tell you the same thing I'd tell anybody. You got scared. Bad road, bad house, old story in your head from somebody at work. Maybe some smell or sight you didn't process right. That's what I'd tell you if I didn't know the address. But you do. Yes." And he looked at the front windows of the diner for a second, where trucks hissed by on wet highway and left bright smears of reflected light on the glass. And there were complaints out there for years. He said it the way a man says weather statistics. No drama, no invitation to interrupt. What kind of complaints? Wrong kind for paperwork. He said, "That's the problem. Most dangerous things. You can write a report that points in one direction. Forced entry, animal strike, domestic disturbance, mental health, missing person, trespass. Cinder Road almost never gave you the courtesy." He took a drink of coffee that was clearly too hot and didn't seem to care. We'd get calls for medical help from addresses that were supposed to be vacant, or old houses where the occupant had been moved out, hospitalized, or dead. Sometimes the call would come in clean. Sometimes dispatch would log it as a dropped line and somebody calling back in partial words, "Trouble breathing, fell down, need an ambulance." Then you'd roll out there and find nobody you could make a case around. Nobody alive you could put in a report. Sometimes no one at all. My throat tightened. He went on. Disconnected phones somehow placing outgoing calls. That one happened more than once. County techs would swear the line wasn't active, or the service had been terminated months earlier. And then dispatch would have a record of incoming contact from the number anyway. I thought of the flip phone by Marlene's chair, of my company number glowing on its screen. Ron watched my face closely enough to know I was making connections he didn't need to spell out. People also reported hearing relatives. He said, I stayed still, in the tree line, on porches, in rooms that looked empty when they got there. A dead husband calling from the shed. Somebody's mother asking for help from the back of a house that had no floor left in half the rooms. One woman swore she heard her daughter singing from a field edge and walked straight into black water trying to get to her. That's in reports. He gave me the smallest possible smile, and there was nothing pleasant in it. No, that's in men talking after the shift and deciding how much they want to keep their jobs. Outside, a tractor trailer blew by and rattled the front windows in their frames. The sound made me think of branches striking the van, and for one stupid second, my body expected to smell the house again. Ron kept talking, but lower now, enough that I had to lean in. Dogs hated that road. What do you mean? I mean dogs that would jump out after deer and copperheads and anything else with a pulse, would plant themselves in the back seat and refuse to leave the vehicle once you got near certain properties out there. One deputy had a shepherd mix that went with him on informal checks off duty. Dog tore the upholstery trying not to be dragged out near the Vale place. I pictured the route note. If dog is outside, remain in vehicle. What about the house itself, I asked. He rubbed one broad hand over his jaw before answering. One welfare check deputy made it to the porch and vomited over the rail before he ever knocked. Came back down white as a napkin and refused to go back up. Said the smell was wrong. That's all he'd say on paper. Wrong. I looked at my coffee and still couldn't make myself drink it. Ron did not hurry the silence. He seemed like a man who understood that once enough facts sit between two people, whatever follows needs to choose itself. Finally, I said, was it haunted that made him look irritated, not offended, just tired of the available vocabulary? Not in the way people like to mean that, he said. Not rattling chains, no woman in white, no dead boy in a mirror. I don't use that word for places like that. What word do you use? He thought about it longer than I expected. Then he said, thick. I frowned. Places get thick, he said. After enough time, enough neglect, enough sickness, enough people left alone too long, enough dying without being found right, enough routines continuing after there's nobody clean left to continue them. Some houses hold weather, some hold mold, some hold all the little habits people grind into them over years, and some hold worse. His tone never changed. No storyteller's hush, no spooky flourish. That made it worse than if he'd been trying to impress me. I'm not saying the building itself turned into something, he added. I'm saying places like that stop behaving like empty places. They start giving things back crooked. That line stayed with me almost as much as the next one, because then he said, and whatever stayed there learned not to rush people. I looked up sharply. He saw that it landed. That's the part most folks miss. He said, they hear a story like yours and imagine some animal thing charging out of the dark. But the worst places don't work that way. They coax. They use routine, concern, curiosity, obligation. They get invited close through whatever shape your life already takes. Delivery notes, a signature, a sick old woman's voice. Come on up, honey. Set it down nice. Stay. The whole story shifted under that one sentence, not because it explained everything, but because it gave the thing a behavior I could suddenly recognize in retrospect. It hadn't been trying to catch me in the yard. It had been arranging me. House voice, porch figure, open door, old woman's cough, a task that made crossing the threshold feel professional, almost rude not to complete. It wanted me inside by my own momentum. I said. "You talk like you know exactly what it does." Ron shook his head. "No. I talk like I've seen enough bad places to know what sort of appetite they develop." That was when he started hinting around the edges of things he wouldn't fully say. "There may have been others found there over the years," he told me, "though never in circumstances tidy enough to become the version of events that makes papers. A laborer sleeping rough in an outbuilding one winter, written up as exposure after decomposition, made certainty impossible. An elderly tenant in another marsh property nearby whose death didn't line up cleanly with when neighbors last heard him alive. A grandson with juvenile trouble who drifted in and out of the record around that road and then out of it entirely. Never under circumstances clean enough for the papers," Ron said, and I realized that for men like him, official truth was often just what could be filed without infecting the rest of the system. I asked the question I'd come there carrying. If Marlene Vale was found in October, why was she still in the chair when I got there? Ron's expression changed again. And this time it was not fear exactly. It was resignation. He stared at his coffee a moment, then at me. "Because," he said, "when Marlene was officially found, no one brought her body out through the front door. I didn't say anything. I'm not sure I breathed." Ron went on in that same practical tone. "No one got far enough inside to reach her." Chapter 6. I should have let it end there. I should have let it end with Ron Haskins. I should have taken what he gave me, which was more than any sane person needed, and let the rest stay buried under county paperwork. Bad roads, and whatever silence had already grown thick around that house. I had enough by then to quit the courier job, move if I wanted, tell myself I'd had the sort of encounter people spend the rest of their lives misnaming, because naming it properly would mean admitting the world has rooms in it that were never built for us. Instead, I went back. Not because I was brave, that's important. Bravery implies some upright quality of character, some decision to face danger for a useful reason. What pushed me back toward Cinder Road was pettier and more corrosive than that. Uncertainty was ruining me, the lack of sleep, the fragments, the half-proven records, the voicemail in my own voice. Ron telling me no one had actually reached Marlene when she was found. All of it had hollowed me out in exactly the place where ordinary life rests. I could not work properly, could not sleep, could not hear a television from another room without feeling my body prepare for impact. I needed something harder than story, something I could touch, photograph, pry open, disprove if possible. So I did the kind of thing people do right before they earn the rest of their fear. I went in daylight. That detail sounds wise until you understand that daylight did not help at all. I parked nearly a mile off the road at a pullout by the marsh access and came in from the side instead of taking the front road. I told myself that mattered, that the front approach had been part of the house's design, the porch, the notes, the driveway, the invitation. If I came at it wrong, through the reeds and the tree line like somebody not meant to be seen, maybe I could get a look at the place before it understood I was there. I brought a flashlight even though it was noon. A burner phone bought with cash at a gas station because my own phone had stopped feeling like mine. A cheap digital camera from a pawn shop. And a crowbar from the bait shop downstairs that I had told myself was for doors and not for defense, because saying defense out loud would have made the whole thing ridiculous enough to stop. The marsh side of the property was harder going than it had looked on maps. Ground that appears solid from aerial view turns into black wet argument once you put boots on it. Reeds hid holes. Salt grass folded over slick mud. Dead winter brush caught at my jeans and made a dry, papery sound every time I pushed through. Pines stood farther back from the water than I'd realized, their roots humping the soil in black knotted rises. Every few yards I stopped and listened, not because I expected to hear anything clear, but because the opposite had become unbearable. In daylight I could hear birds again, wind in the reeds, distant highway murmur far beyond the marsh, a gull somewhere out over the water. Those ordinary sounds should have been reassuring. Instead, they made the silence around the house feel chosen. When the property finally came into full view through the tree line, daylight made it worse. At night, the house had hidden inside weather and weak porch light. Daylight gave it every line back. The porch had sunk more than I'd understood, the left side noticeably lower, enough that the railing leaned and the whole front edge looked tired to the point of surrender. The roof sagged deeper over the center. The chimney's slight list now looked less like a quirk and more like a promise that one storm might finish the job. Siding had peeled away in strips where water had swelled and split it. And through some of those seams I could see old wallpaper underneath sun-faded floral paper visible in the cracks, like skin through torn clothing. The boarded upstairs window was warped outward at one corner. The downstairs curtain I'd seen hanging in strips was worse too. Not just torn, but darkened along the edges with mildew and whatever had blown in and stayed. The yard was littered in the casual way. Places become littered when no single catastrophe empties them. Only neglect. Old medical trash lay caught in weeds near the side of the house. A cracked pill organizer. A length of oxygen tubing gone yellow with weather. A plastic prescription bag twisted around a blackberry cane. Near the marsh edge, I found a child's shoe half sunk in mud, little enough to fit maybe a 6 or 7-year-old. Blue once, but now gray-brown with wet dirt. One lace was gone. The tongue had collapsed inward and filled with black water. I stood over that shoe longer than I should have. Not because it proved anything. Rural properties collect debris, and old family houses hold children's things for years after children stop belonging to them. But out there, with Ron's mention of a grandson and the child voice still living in my head, it felt less like debris than an unfinished sentence. I kept moving around the back. Behind the house, the ground sloped slightly toward a brush-choked fence line and a patch of low trees. A rusted clothesline stood with only one line still attached, drooping nearly to the ground. A collapsed dog kennel sat open and empty beside a heap of rotten pallets. The air back there carried less marsh and more house, the rot sharper, warmer, mixed with old wood and something mineral that made me think of wet basements and opened walls. That was where I found the first real evidence of use. Drag marks, not fresh enough to still be soft, not old enough to have vanished. 2 dark parallel tracks ran through the winter grass and mud from the rear of the house toward a pair of storm cellar doors set into a low rise of earth maybe 15 feet from the foundation. In places, the tracks broke where ground turned stonier. In others, they deepened and spread, as if whatever had been dragged there had weight enough to settle when the puller paused. Leaves had blown into them, but not enough to erase the shape. The storm cellar doors were metal-faced wood, one hinge rusted through and repaired at some point with a crude strap plate. Around them lay the usual rural accumulation of cast-off things, and 1 or 2 things that were not usual at all. Old bones from small animals, raccoon maybe, possum. One jaw I couldn't place mixed with household trash and a scatter that looked less like dumping and more like repeated sorting. Food cans, broken mason jar lids, a cracked picture frame, a coil of Christmas lights fused together with weather, strips of fabric tied low along the fence wire beyond the cellar. too low to be flags or markers for adult eyes. One was red, one floral, one white gone brown, all of them knotted at about child height. The side entrance Ron had hinted at if he'd hinted at it. Or if I had assembled the thought myself from old notes sat on the far side of the house under a little lean-to roof. It was nailed shut from the outside, not secured, not boarded over by the county, nailed shut. Several long construction nails had been driven through the jamb into the door at angles, old enough to rust, purposeful enough to make the gesture plain. Someone had wanted that door unusable from either side, and had chosen to make the barrier visible. I photographed everything: the tied fabric, the drag marks, the shoe, the nailed side door. The camera clicks sounded too small in the open air. The storm cellar doors held my attention anyway. The drag marks led there. The smell sharpened there. And once I crouched close enough to really look, I could see one door had warped upward at the bottom where the frame no longer met it cleanly. I used the crowbar on that side. The wood resisted in the way old wet wood does, spongy and stubborn at once, then gave suddenly with a splintering groan loud enough to send my heart straight into my throat. The gap that opened was only 3 or 4 inches at first, but it was enough. The smell that came out hit with physical force. Not the broad, stale house smell from before. Concentrated now. Rot and copper and cold mildew packed into a low enclosed space and released all at once. It rolled over my face so hard I turned away, gagged dryly, and had to brace one hand on the dirt to keep from falling backward. I almost shut the hatch and left then. Instead, I waited until I could breathe through my mouth and widened the gap another inch. Darkness below. A narrow cellar stair dropping into shadow. Shelving along one wall. The white glint of old canning jars. Mildew on everything, and on the packed earth floor just beyond the foot of the stairs. A plastic milk crate full of cassette tapes and cheap digital voice recorders. I actually said, "What the fuck," out loud, softly, to nobody. That was the moment the story changed again. Not because recorders automatically meant human evil instead of something worse, but because recorders meant intent, habit, collection. Someone had not merely lived with voices in that place. Someone had tried to catch them, keep them, practice them, or had started for practical reasons old woman alone in a failing house. Notes for meds, reminders, family recordings, and then the whole thing had slid somewhere else after enough time and enough death. I widened the hatch a little more and shone the flashlight down. Dust motes and mold spark caught in the beam. More shelves, jars, a collapsed cardboard box, the crate of tapes and recorders, some labeled in marker so faded I couldn't read them, some blank. One recorder sat outside the crate by itself, as if left in use. Overhead, from inside the house, came movement, not loud, a floorboard shifting, then another. The sound traveled through the cellar roof and the rear foundation in a way that made the whole place feel joined together. One vertical system of rooms and habits and weight. I held very still. The movement stopped, and then one of the recorders in the crate clicked on. Maybe it had already been running and hit a fresh portion of tape. Maybe the batteries were still barely alive and some pressure change or failing contact triggered it. I have considered every mechanical explanation available to me. None of them helped, because what came out of that cellar was too immediate to belong safely to dead electronics. First Marlene coughing. I knew the sound now. Deep, wet, old. The same cough I had heard from the living room and hall. Then a child laughing. Not for long. Just a bright, sharp little burst cut off too abruptly. Then a voice, not Marlene's, not the child's. Maybe male, maybe female, low and urgent enough to sound like someone speaking into another person's shoulder saying, "Don't answer it." A pause full of static and room tone. Then a man's voice, cracked and pleading and far too real. "Please let me out." The recorder clicked and hissed, but did not immediately stop. I stared into the dark at the milk crate while every part of me that had wanted proof started understanding what sort of proof I had actually come for. The house didn't just remember voices, someone had been recording them. That possibility had never fully formed for me until that second, because I had let myself think of the house as a single event, a bad place occupied by a bad thing, but the crate in that cellar, the labeled tapes, the loose recorder, the side door nailed shut from the outside, the drag marks, the tied strips of cloth low to the fence. These were not the habits of a single creature acting in isolation. These were systems. People had participated in this house, whether willingly, foolishly, or simply because they had once been trying to manage something they no longer understood. The imitation may have started with human practice. That was the thought that hit hardest. A sick old woman recording reminders, a lonely grandson recording voices, someone capturing family sounds, preserving them, playing them back, learning how to use them. And then, over years of neglect and sickness and no one intervening cleanly enough, the house turning that practice into something else, something that did not just replay voices, but wore them, stored them, used them as bait. The whole structure of the horror widened in front of me. Not one monster in one house, a machine, half human-made, half taken over. A place where routine and recording and delayed death and unattended rooms had fused into a system that could call, answer, coax, and keep. I backed away from the cellar hatch so fast I nearly fell. The recorder below hissed on another few seconds, then clicked dead, overhead, inside the house. Something moved again, slow this time, enough to tell me there was weight on the second floor, crossing or leaning or simply changing its mind about where to be. I let the hatch fall most of the way shut and stumbled backward through dead grass and brush until I could see the rear wall of the house and the second story above it. Then I looked up. In the second floor window, framed by warped trim and dirty glass, stood a figure. Not the porch thing exactly, or maybe it was. At that distance and in daylight, details should have made it easier. They didn't. What I could see clearly was the jacket. My company jacket. The one I had washed and then left in the trunk of my car because it still carried the smell. The same navy shell. The reflective strip at the chest. The faded regional courier logo over the left side. It was standing there on something watching me from the second floor window, wearing my jacket like it had always belonged to the house. Chapter 7. You left before it learned you. I quit the courier job 2 weeks after I went back to Cinder Road. Not the next morning, which would have made sense. Not in some dramatic blaze of clarity where I marched into dispatch, dropped my scanner on the counter, and told them they could keep the van and the route logs and every road west of the marsh. Real life is slower and meaner than that. I stayed long enough to finish the parts that looked reasonable on paper. Incident statement, vehicle damage form, fleet interview with a regional supervisor who kept trying to guide me toward words like confusion, poor visibility, and possible contamination event. I signed the resignation after they'd already started treating me like a problem that had become expensive. I told them night driving wasn't for me anymore. That was the version that fit in a personnel file. By then, I had stopped trying to explain the house to anyone who wasn't already contaminated by the story. Micah knew enough to avoid my eyes whenever I came in. Darlene knew more than she said and less than I wanted. And whatever private sympathy she had for me only made the depot feel smaller. Corporate had done what corporate always does: preserved records, flagged profiles, opened a case that produced no usable comfort. Nobody told me whether law enforcement was contacted again. Nobody told me what happened to the address in the system after that. If they removed it a second time, they didn't do it in front of me. So I left. For a while, I picked up temp warehouse work down near the industrial docks, then some marina maintenance because winter always breaks more things than people budget for, and somebody has to carry lumber, scrape hulls, replace warped cleats, and pretend the cold isn't getting into their bones. It paid less some weeks and more others. It was daytime, mostly. That mattered. Daylight made ordinary exhaustion possible again, even if it didn't undo anything. I told almost no one the full story. That isn't because I wanted to protect anyone. It's because the full story sounded wrong even to me once it had to cross into sunlight and ordinary speech. I quit because a dead woman's house used my voice as the kind of sentence that gets either careful silence or immediate pity. I could tolerate neither. So when people asked, I said the courier job got too weird, or the hours were killing me, or I wanted steadier work. All of those things were true in the shallowest sense. Weeks passed, not enough weeks to heal anything, enough for routines to form around damage. I still didn't answer unknown calls after dark. In fact, I mostly stopped answering unknown calls at all. If a number I didn't recognize appeared on my phone, I let it ring through and listened to the voicemail transcription first. I checked every room in my apartment before sleeping, including the bathroom shower curtain and the narrow closet by the door. Not because I expected to find anything there, but because not checking left me lying awake feeling as if the apartment itself had started keeping a secret from me. I got in the habit of listening before turning on lights, which is a miserable way to live because it teaches your body that darkness gets a vote. And I never, not once, slept with the television on loud enough that I could hear voices from another room. That took some explaining with women later, when there were women later. But at the time, it was just one more private rule that looked strange only if you didn't know the origin. The jacket never lost the smell. I finally threw it out in a dumpster behind the marina one raw morning before work. And even then, I stood there too long after letting go of it, watching it lie folded among broken pallets and shrink wrap and coffee cups, half expecting somebody to fish it out later and bring it back to me as if I'd made a mistake. Nothing came back then. That's the thing about the worst disturbances. They know when to leave a gap. If it had all happened at once, house, voicemail, jacket in the window, something tapping at my apartment door on the third night, I might have broken in some clean, diagnosable direction. Hallucinations, nervous collapse, anything with a treatment plan. Instead, normal life resumed just enough to let me wonder whether the edge of it had been mine all along. Work, coffee, rent, laundry, the bait shop owner downstairs complaining about weather and fuel prices and pretending not to notice I was different now. Then one afternoon, nearly 6 weeks after I quit, the depot called and asked me to come sign final fleet clearance. Not a big deal. That was how Darlene phrased it when she left the message. A couple remaining forms, return inventory check, closing out the damage note on the van because insurance had decided not to repair it for active road use. They were selling it to auction or using it for parts. I don't remember which. I almost didn't go. Then I thought about them mailing something to me instead and having to see the company logo in my box another 3 times. And I decided one last trip was easier. The lot looked smaller in daylight than it ever had at night. That's true of most places associated with fear. Daylight shows you all the cheap seams, the cracked asphalt in the depot yard, the bent chain link by the rear fence, the little grease rainbow in the potholes near the loading doors, the regional courier sign with one corner peeling back from the siding. Nothing supernatural survives direct noon sun unchanged. It just gets meaner and more administrative. Micah was there. Darlene, too. We all did a version of normal. Sign here. Initial there. Fleet key receipt. Final payroll correction. It would have been almost possible to imagine that Cinder Road had been reduced to one incident report in a filing cabinet and a scar in the insurance ledger, if not for the way Darlene kept glancing at me like she wanted to say something and had already decided against it. The van sat around back, off active line, stripped of route tags and one shelf bin already removed. The missing passenger mirror had not been replaced. Mud staining still shadowed the lower panels even after wash. When I opened the driver's door, stale coffee and old heater smell hit me first. And for one disorienting second, I was right back in the road dark, with the route tablet glowing and the phone starting to ring. I stood there until the feeling passed. The clearance checklist said I needed to verify no personal property remained in the cab. That should have taken 30 seconds. A cheap pen I thought might still be in the console. Maybe a phone charger. Maybe the gloves I'd lost at some point in December. Instead, I found myself kneeling in the passenger footwell because the seat track had been jammed slightly off-center since the ditch slide. And that was how I saw it. Something blue wedged under the passenger seat. At first, I thought it was one of the Fleet cold packs, or maybe a piece of packaging foam that had kicked loose from the rear bins during the crash. I reached in, felt insulated vinyl under my fingers, and my whole body stopped. The medication bag, the same white insulated cooler with the clear label sleeve and the zipper pulls banded together, shoved under the passenger seat as if someone had kicked it there and forgotten it. I sat back hard on my heels and just looked at it. No adrenaline spike this time. No instant scream of danger. Just the flat, impossible recognition of an object appearing where it had no right to be. I knew, with the kind of memory reserved for trauma and embarrassment, that I had carried that bag into Marlene Vale's house. I knew I had dropped it in the hall and then used it as a weapon, hurling it into the porch figure's chest before I ran. I knew I had left without it. I had replayed that sequence enough times in enough exhausted nights that the image had worn grooves in me. And now it was under the passenger seat of the van, not on a depot shelf, not logged in the lost inventory cage, not an evidence or compliance review, under the passenger seat. I pulled it out slowly. The bag felt soft in the wrong way, because the gel packs inside had melted long ago and settled. The clear sleeve on the front still held the route paper, though the ink had bled at the edges from damp. The tamper band had been broken. The zipper sat partly open by maybe 3 inches. My mouth had gone dry. I remember the office noise behind me from the open bay door, Micah moving boxes somewhere. A printer spitting paper. Darlene talking to someone on the phone and how obscene it felt that ordinary sounds continued while I sat in a dead van holding something that should have still been on the floor of a condemned farmhouse. I looked around the lot once, stupidly, as if being seen with it mattered. Then I opened the zipper farther. Inside were the melted cold packs, slumped and warm. The medication box still sealed in its pharmacy packaging, labels intact never delivered. Beside it, nested in the collapsed gel sleeves as if packed there deliberately, lay Marlene Vale's flip phone. Under the phone was a folded square of paper. My fingers shook so badly unfolding it that I nearly tore the corner. On the paper, drawn in thick, dark marker, was a smiley face, not neat, not adult. The same crooked, childlike curve and two uneven dots as the digital signature that had closed the root. Seeing it there on real paper made the smallness of it devastating in a way the screen version hadn't. Screens can glitch. Logs can be hacked, corrupted, mis-time-stamped, lied to by systems talking to each other. A folded paper smiley tucked into the bag with the undelivered medication, and the dead woman's phone belonged to hands, to intention, to a moment when someone or something had chosen to place it there and then chosen to return the bag to the van without passing through any space in the world I trusted. I sat back against the passenger door and felt the whole cab tilt around me. Not from panic, from scale. Because the bag coming back meant the event hadn't just stayed in memory or system logs or one bad address. It had crossed distance, time, my attempts to leave it where it happened. I picked up the flip phone. It was cold from the bag, though not refrigerated cold anymore. Just the faint, dead object coolness of electronics kept away from the sun. I pressed the power button because some part of me had not yet learned to stop participating. The screen lit immediately. Not after a long boot up, not after battery struggle. Immediately. As if the thing had only been sleeping in the dark under my seat, waiting for a thumb to wake it. No lock screen photo, no service bars, just a plain menu and one saved contact visible when I opened the contacts list. Only one, home. I stared at that word until it stopped looking like English. Chapter 7. You left before it learned you. I did not call the number saved as home. That much, at least. I got right. I sat in the dead van with the flip phone in my hand and looked at that one contact entry until the letters started blurring at the edges. My thumb hovered over the keypad once, then pulled back. There are moments where fear still arrives in time to stop you from becoming the reason for your own next sentence, and that was one of them. I knew without logic, without evidence, without anything but the body memory of that house that calling home would not be the same thing as making a phone call. It would be a return, a consent, a small, stupid, bureaucratic version of stepping over another threshold. So I lowered the phone and did nothing. The bay outside the van remained full of ordinary depot noise. A rolling cart rattled over the concrete. Somebody in back dropped something metal and swore about it. Through the open service door, I could hear Darlene's voice in the office talking to a carrier rep about route consolidation in the same irritated tone she used for every mundane problem the world handed her. The normalcy of it all pressed against the cab like another pane of glass. Then the flip phone began to ring anyway. Not from anything I had touched. Not after I opened the contact. Just suddenly. The little speaker chirped in that old compressed electronic way flip phones have, too bright and thin to belong in the present. The screen glowed harder and the caller display came up with no number attached. Home. I think I stopped breathing for the first 2 rings. The sound of it inside that van was enough to ruin the air. Every bit of stale coffee smell, warm plastic, mud, and old upholstery got pushed aside by the memory of another room, Marlene's chair. The phone vibrating against the carpet. The TV flicker changing her dead face by fractions. I should have dropped it immediately. Instead, I held the thing in both hands, like somebody carrying a live component they've been warned not to jar. My thumb would not move. My body had gone cold in stages, face first, then throat, then down the center of my chest. The ringing continued, too patient to be accidental. I let it ring through. That was not courage either. It was paralysis wearing the shape of restraint. I just sat there while the chirp repeated itself, and the word home glowed on the screen as if the van itself had already become an extension of that place. Then the call stopped. A beat later, the phone emitted a softer tone. Voicemail. It arrived instantly. No network delay. No system processing. Just a message waiting on a device that should not have held a charge, much less service, after sitting in an insulated bag under a passenger seat for weeks. I stared at the icon long enough that my pulse began to thud visibly in my fingers. Then I opened the message because by that point, fear and compulsion had become too tangled to separate. At first, there was only static and room tone, not empty silence, the kind of low environmental hiss you get when a recorder is already on in a place before anybody speaks. I could hear the faintest soft friction behind it. Two cloth, maybe, or breath shifting against a microphone, or an old speaker trying to decide whether to work cleanly. It sounded close. Close enough that whoever had been recorded was almost touching the phone. Then my own voice said, "Exhausted and low and horribly near, you left too early." I shut my eyes, not to protect myself. Too late for that. Just because hearing yourself from outside is one thing, and hearing yourself from somewhere you never stood is another. The voice on the recording sounded worn down, as if it had been speaking for a long time before the message began. My voice, but tireder, flattened, intimate in the worst possible way, the sort of voice a man uses when he has stopped pretending to anyone, including himself. Static followed, then the child voice, bright and interested and much too pleased. He still sounds warm. I opened my eyes again without meaning to. The van interior had not changed. Gray dashboard plastic, mud on the floor mat, open zipper of the medication bag in my lap, office daylight through the cracked windshield, the same safe, stupid little world of fleet paperwork and inventory stickers. Then Marlene's voice came through the speaker, papery and breathless, almost domestic in its tenderness. Bring him back neat this time. The voicemail ended with a click so small it took me a second to understand there would be nothing else. I sat there holding the phone while my stomach turned over once, hard and deep enough that I had to swallow bile. The child's line kept replaying first, not because it was the scariest, because it was the most casual. He still sounds warm, as though whatever the house was doing to people involved freshness, timing, as though voice itself had temperature. Without really deciding, I snapped the phone shut. The click of the hinge sounded absurdly delicate. Then I got out of the van, walked to the nearest trash bin by the loading bay, and threw the phone in. I stood there for a second listening. Nothing. Just the distant office printer. The hum of a compressor from the back unit. Traffic off the frontage road. I went back to the van and finished closing out the remaining fleet form because at that point, I had learned the worst truth about terror: it rarely cancels paperwork. You still sign where they tell you. You still hand over keys. You still nod when someone explains deductions for damaged hardware. I was halfway through signing the final receipt in the office when I thought I felt a vibration, not in my pocket. From the direction of the trash bin outside the bay door, a short, dry insect buzz. Exactly the kind the flip phone had made on the carpet beside Marlene Vale's chair. I stopped writing. Darlene looked up from her desk. "What did you hear that hear what Micah who had been sorting returned root sleeves into a drawer, straightened slowly. I didn't hear anything. I put the pen down. The office had gone still enough that the fluorescent ballast hum came back into awareness. Outside the bay, a gull cried somewhere over the industrial strip. Wind pushed a loose piece of plastic against the chain-link fence with a soft tick. Nothing else. I told myself I had carried the sound in with me, that after weeks of jumping at radiators and phantom buzzes and voicemail alerts, my brain was capable of manufacturing one more. But the thought had already lodged itself by then, and once lodged, it asked for its own proof. I walked to the bay door and looked out at the trash bin. Plain black plastic can, lid half open, coffee cups, shrink wrap, root tags, a smashed cardboard sleeve from somebody's sandwich. Nothing moving. I did not go dig through it. That was one more right thing I got by accident. Instead, I turned back to Darlene and asked, because by then I was tired of pretending there might still be firsts left in this story. Did anyone else ever get something back? She understood me immediately. That was the worst part. Not what do you mean? Not something back from where? Just a long look, old and reluctant, and then a small shift in her shoulders, like a woman giving up on the last useful lie. Micah frowned. What are you talking about? I kept my eyes on Darlene, from that house, from Cinder Road. She glanced once at the office doorway, as if to make sure no one else was coming in, then sat down slowly. There was one driver, she said. Micah stared. Darlene. She ignored him. Not recently, she said to me. Years back, before the active database overhaul, before the Vail account went cold. He had a tote go missing after a private handoff out west. Not on paper missing. System showed it returned. But he swore he left it at the property. Said he checked the van twice, checked the loading dock. Thought maybe he'd just been too tired and mixed up. What happened? Her mouth tightened. He found it in his bedroom closet 2 days later. For a moment, no one in the room moved, Micah said, very carefully. You never told me that. It wasn't a route issue by then, she said. That is not an answer. She looked tired enough to break. He moved out of state within the month. She said, wouldn't talk about it after that. Asked payroll to mail his final check. Never answered our calls again. I felt the world narrow. Not because I was surprised anymore, because there is a difference between thinking a place can reach past itself and hearing that it already has. My mind went immediately to two possibilities, neither of which made me feel any less trapped by them. Either the thing's reach was not fully bound to the property at all, that house. Those voices, whatever system had formed there, could put hands into other spaces if it had enough of you. Or the object return happened only to people who had crossed some specific threshold inside it. People who had gone far enough in, who had heard enough, who had given it the right conditions. Which meant I had not escaped a location. I had qualified for something. I left the depot shortly after that without checking the trash bin again. I told myself the phone could stay there. Let the can go out in the weekly pickup. Let the landfill keep it. Let some machine crush it flat with the rest of the county's discarded things. The thought gave me no comfort at all, which should have warned me harder than it did. That night, the apartment felt smaller than it had in weeks. Not because anything visible had changed. Same narrow kitchen, same leaning floor, same radiator clank, same alley light pushing a weak rectangle through the blinds over the sink. I checked every room anyway, opened the closet, pulled back the shower curtain, looked under the bed even though there was barely enough clearance for a cat. much less anything with my voice in it. Then I sat on the edge of the mattress with all the lights on and listened to the building settle around me. Downstairs. The bait shop owner closed up around 9 and dragged something heavy across the concrete floor. Pipes ticked. The refrigerator motor in my kitchen started and stopped. Somewhere down the hall, a tenant coughed through their door. Perfectly ordinary apartment sounds. The sort of sounds that prove you live among other people and not just your own fear. Sometime after midnight, when the whole building had gone quiet enough that I could hear the hallway light hum through my front door, I heard my own voice from the apartment hallway saying softly, "You can put it by my feet." Chapter 7. You left before it learned. I don't sleep with the bedroom door closed anymore. That's one of those facts that sounds small until you try to explain the shape of it to somebody who hasn't had fear teach them new manners. A closed door used to mean privacy. It used to mean the room I was in had edges, and whatever was outside those edges could wait until morning unless it paid rent or carried a key. Now a closed bedroom door feels like an agreement I didn't remember making. It feels like giving something the chance to stand on the other side of the wood and decide when to announce itself. So the door stays open. The television stays unplugged at night too. Not off. Unplugged. I learned the difference slowly. Then all at once. An off television can still wake on its own if the power blips. It can still flicker a dead little standby light at 3 in the morning. It can still, in the right apartment and the wrong state of mind, become a black, reflective square that seems too interested in the room. An unplugged television is only furniture. I need it to be furniture. I also never answer unknown numbers after dark. That rule sounds paranoid until you realize it is one of the few rules that has never failed me. Unknown number. After sunset. Straight to voicemail. Unknown number after midnight. Deleted without listening unless I'm expecting a death or a hospital bill. Daytime calls from numbers I don't know still make my pulse jump. But daylight at least gives me enough of the world back that I can pretend other explanations might survive first contact. Those aren't the only changes. They're just the easiest ones to list. What really changed is subtler and meaner, because it lives below conscious thought most of the time. In the little ways the body revises itself after it understands it has been studied once. I check rooms before stepping into them now. Not dramatically. I'm not clearing corners with a gun like some idiot movie version of Trauma. I just pause in thresholds and look first. Bathroom, storage room, back office at work, my own apartment when I come home. I let my eyes move before my feet do. I listen outside doors before opening them. Again. Not because I expect full conversations on the other side. Because I learned the hard way that hearing a room before you enter it is the last clean advantage you get sometimes. So I stand there for 1 second too long, hand on knob, and let the quiet reveal whether it is ordinary quiet or the wrong kind. I avoid houses where one light is on and all the others are dark. That one took me months to notice because I thought it was just taste or bad associations. But I'd be driving home at dusk or cutting through some older neighborhood near the marina, and I'd see a house with every window black except one square of television light in a front room. And my whole body would change lanes inside itself before my mind caught up. I started parking farther away from places like that, choosing the better lit side of the street, pretending I preferred walking. I can't stand hearing old game shows through another room. That's the one that makes me feel craziest when I say it aloud. Because how do you explain to anybody that applause and canned laughter at low volume can ruin your whole day? It's not even the content. It's the distance. The fact of hearing cheerful studio voices from a room you haven't entered yet. If I'm in a waiting room or diner and there's some old syndicated host pattering away from the next room over, I either need line of sight to the screen, or I need to leave. I can't sit there and let the sound come to me through walls anymore. And I notice fabric hanging in tree lines. That might be the hardest one to admit, because it has made the whole landscape feel less innocent than I think landscapes deserve. A grocery bag caught in branches, a ribbon on a mailbox, a sweatshirt sleeve tied to a deer stand, a strip of survey tape. Anything low and hanging where nature doesn't usually hang cloth, I notice it instantly now. My eyes go there before they go to faces, sometimes, before license plates, before my own hands. That's what the house changed, not my beliefs. People like to make stories like mine about belief because belief gives the listener a nice, clean place to stand. Did it make you believe in ghosts and evil and hauntings? None of that matters to me. What changed was behavioral, mechanical. The part of me that decides what deserves attention and in what order. That's how I eventually understood the deepest truth of Cinder Road. The house did not need my body. If it had wanted my body in the simple animal sense, it had enough chances. On the porch, in the hall, at the van, in the weeks after. If distance had worked the way fear first tells you it works, bodies are crude things to take. Loud, finite, hard to hide in the long term. What it needed was access. My voice, my habits, my timing, my reflexes. The little unconscious rules by which I move through ordinary life. The exact way I say my own name when I'm tired. The kind of concern I answer to. The thresholds I will cross if a weak enough voice asks politely enough from the dark. That's what it got. Not all of me, just enough. Months passed. Not peacefully, but in the way time passes, whether or not it has your cooperation. The marina work turned into steadier warehouse work for a supplier south of town. Summer gave way to the flat, ugly edge of fall. The bait shop downstairs finally closed for good and sat empty for a month before somebody leased it to a vape place that painted over the old sign without fixing the warped wood underneath. My life did not heal. It reassembled around damage in ways that were serviceable enough for outsiders. I told less and less of the story as time went on. That wasn't because it stopped mattering. It was because language kept failing at the same point. You can describe a dead woman in a chair. You can describe a van route, a porch, a property file, a voicemail in your own voice. But if you go far enough into what the thing actually took, people either look at you like you're performing, or else they get quiet in a way that suggests they think they're being kind. Neither reaction leaves room for the truth, which is that some experiences do not stay in memory where memory belongs. They move into procedure, into posture, into the order your senses report the world to you. And the hardest part is that procedure works. The rules I learned have kept me safe, or at least have helped me feel closer to safe than I did before. I don't go where a voice from another room asks me to. I don't answer what I cannot place. I don't assume a call belongs to the screen it comes through. I don't step over thresholds with my attention somewhere else. That's not healing. It's training. Useful training. Maybe, but still not mine. I understood that completely one evening in late autumn, months after I'd quit the depot and thrown away the last of the company paperwork. I was in a grocery store parking lot at dusk. Not a dramatic place, not a lonely place. One of those chain stores off the highway with a pharmacy, beer cooler, seasonal decorations out too early, and cart corrals scattered across the lot like little metal pens. The neon beer sign in the front window had already come on. Shopping carts rattled over asphalt in uneven lines. A couple argued quietly beside a minivan with one sliding door open. Two teenagers loaded cases of soda into the back of a pickup and laughed too loudly at something on a phone. Somewhere behind me. A car alarm chirped once, then twice, as somebody hit lock. Normal life? Ugly, fluorescent American normal life. I had a bag of groceries in one hand and a carton of coffee creamer under my arm. The sky still held some color over the roofline. That bruised purple-orange mix you get right before it all drops off at once. I remember thinking about whether I had enough gas to wait until morning. I remember noticing a shopping cart rolling loose 3 spaces over and judging, automatically, whether it would hit my truck before the grade stopped it. And then I heard my own voice say my name, not loud, not from far away. Just beyond the cart return, or maybe behind the row of parked cars beside it, in exactly the tone I use when I'm trying to get somebody's attention without startling them. Evan. My whole body went still around the groceries. I did not turn right away. That's the line between before and after, in the simplest terms I can give you before Cinder Road. I would have turned immediately. After. I already knew better. So I stood there under the parking lot lights, plastic bag handles cutting into my fingers, and listened. No second call, no footsteps, no laughter that could have turned into a prank, just the normal lot noise continuing around the absence. Minivan door sliding shut, cart wheels squealing, someone revving a pickup on the access road, the neon beer sign buzzing faintly in the window. Then, because the old training and the new training finally met in the same place, I turned carefully and looked. There was no one behind the cart corral, no one between the parked cars either. No store employee in an apron, no kid hiding to be funny, no late shopper approaching from the next aisle, just the metal frame of the cart return, a few nested carts, a plastic bag skidding along the curb in the wind, and the flat silver wash of parking lot light over everything. I might have let it go at that if I hadn't already learned to look lower than most people do. Tied to the side rail of the cart corral, at about child height, was a strip of yellowed oxygen tubing. It had been knotted there with a child's shoelace. The tube hung still, not fresh, not fluttering, not placed high enough to be noticed by anyone loading groceries, unless they were already the kind of person who notices cloth and cord, where other people only see background. I stared at it long enough for the cold meaning of it to settle. It recognized me again, or it had never stopped. Maybe the object return only happened to those who crossed a certain line inside. Maybe the voices stay local, but the recognition does not. Maybe the thing at Cinder Road doesn't need to travel in the way we think of travel, because once it has your timing and your habits and the exact note of your attention, it can simply wait for the world to hand it ordinary places to test them in. I don't know. And at this point, not knowing is one of the few ways I've stayed functional. I did not touch the tubing. I did not go closer. I set my groceries in the truck, drove home before full dark, and unplugged the television before I even put the milk away. That night, lying in bed with the bedroom door open and the hall light on, I understood what had bothered me most from the very beginning. Not the dead woman, not the voices, not even hearing myself from outside my own body. It was the patience of the thing, the way it allowed me to keep living, the way it let all the changes happen inside me first. It never needed to drag me back to Cinder Road. It only needed me to keep listening for my own voice,